Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the King Leo pre-show. How's everyone doing tonight? It's Friday. I'm tired, man. I'm tired. This is a pre-show. I started this early so we can do a little housekeeping here together. Get the chat up here. How are you guys doing, man? I'm excited. Today's Friday Forum. I'm gonna get on the Discord, but I think I'm gonna have to speak for a little longer today because we had a pretty interesting story for any old heads here. Any of the old heads, man. I remember being an old head when I was a young head, right? I was a young head back in the day, 17 years old during 2016. And Milo Yiannopoulos was a huge role in 2016. And he got arrested. He got arrested and he's being sent back. I guess that British people are they're deportable. It's weird. But I do have some other stuff I want to cover here. A little Kirk watch. September 10th is going to be the Kirk watch. Whole episode, we're just going to look at Charlie Kirk. That's what we're going to look at. But not in the Candace Owens way. We're going to look at it in another way, okay? And I also have to show us something here today that Neptune sent me a while ago on Twitter, and I forgot to play it on here. So we're going to play it tonight that I'm very excited about. Let me just finish organizing here. I want to buy some more ties, man. I'm trying to get more ties. Uh, I'm excited about them, but I wouldn't buy ties new. I don't like getting ripped off. And I feel like buying stuff like ties new gets you ripped off. So we'll wait for everyone to get in here, man. Excited about this. I hope Eves is here. Eves, I miss you, man. Oh, hang on. Let me write in the title that it's the Friday Forum. Friday Forum call-in show. I'm curious what people have to say about Milo, man. We might have a little less time, but it's okay. It's okay. Friday Forum call-in show. There we go. Where is OBS? Right here. The first thing, well, I'll wait for people here. While we wait, should we do? While we wait. Hmm. While we wait, I'll be here. Iron Hammer, what's up, man? I have hundreds of ties. What brands? What brands? What brands? Iron Hammer. I'm not like a snob or anything. What is this? All right. I'm not a snob, but I really like Zegna ties. I like Zegna a lot. I think that's a great brand. Um, I'm very, very. Those are my favorite ties. I've been looking at them on eBay because dude, like. I think that boomers are the last generation to wear ties. Maybe Gen X, and since they're all dying, or they're getting older. I'm not wishing anything poorly on them. Diet Coke. Um, what's happening is that people are just selling their grandparents' ties or their parents' ties for pennies on the dollar, and they're in good condition. You know, because what other tie? I'm not a Brooks Brothers fan. I don't like Brooks Brothers. I know a lot of people like them. I think that they make a lot of trash. I like Zegna ties. The only time I bought ties new, I bought what was it? The tie bar, which is cheap. Iron Hammer says I have a lot of mall brands, but I think they're all kind of lame. Well, the my problem with the mall brands is that I'm not sure if they're being honest about the materials of the ties. That's what I have an issue with. Is I want the good material. That's one thing I care about in clothing. What's up, Eves? I want the ties to be made of silk or wool, but for real, I want them to actually be made. But I don't believe, they make 100% polyester ties now. And the advantage is that you can wash them because you can't wash the other ties. So I just think that they lie. It's annoying. Um, all right. Since we have some people here, firstly, I want to look at this here. We looked at this yesterday. This was President Trump's presidential tier list. We kind of broke it down yesterday, all right? And today we got a correction from him, which is that if you see this here, Trump revises his presidential tier rankings, moving Woodrow Wilson into the failures category. And they really, I don't know why to. Oh, you've been selling. Have they sold? Because I don't even know who's buying ties. I feel like I'm the last person who likes to wear a tie. Have they sold? I used to sell stuff on Depop in high school. All right. So look at this here. This is President Trump's presidential tier list once again. And yesterday we were wondering, why is Woodrow Wilson here? Because most people don't like him. Even though he won World War I for America and he cucked Europe for America, that yeah, have you said thank you once? One time? You know, I understand he did some things people don't like, but he won the war for you. He kind of like conquered Europe for America. You have to be prepared to be hated if you do anything. Okay. Iron Hammer says, I think made in the USA is good. And also, yeah, if you find all wool too, man, that helps. All wool helps a lot. Made in the USA and all wool. So he moved them here to failures with Biden, Obama, Grant, Harding, and Carter. And I don't like what they're doing. I don't like when people do this kind of thing. You know, when they judge someone by the standards of our time. Let's look at this. List all of the accomplishments of Woodrow Wilson, i.e., he won World War One and conquered Europe for the USA. Like you can't hate that he did some bad things, sure, but everyone does bad things. He literally gave America prosperity. Okay, he gave them prosperity. I sold clothes on Vented last Friday. I don't know what Vented is, but they lost one of my packages. I have a bookstore on Depop. Yo, let's plug it, man. Normally we would have to have a sponsor, but plug it. I want to see your bookstore. Look at that. He made the Federal Reserve. I don't like yeah, you do. Okay, the reason you get to be the world reserve currency is because of Woodrow Wilson. The Federal Trade Commission Act in 1914. Okay. The Clayton Antitrust Act strengthened the previous anti-monopoly laws. Underwood Tariff Act, the 19th Amendment. I know that there's probably here that aren't huge fans, but look, he won World War One. He did the 14 points, and he did the League of Nations. This was all designed to completely destroy the influence of Europe and make America the country that's number one. And it was finished off in World War II. So I understand people are like, oh, he was racist or whatever. I get it. But he literally invented America. FDR played a huge role, but Woodrow Wilson invented modern America. And I can't throw all that out. You know, I don't understand why Andrew Jackson is up here on great. I think he's definitely above average, you know, because he was cool. Except for the thing with the Indians, but he was pretty cool, but definitely not great. There's someone new here. Hippocratico. Wilson is a loser when he was conscious. His wife was pretty bad as president. Well, of course he was a loser. He was the president of Princeton. He was a college president who became the president. So I'm not saying he was a cool guy. He's not Andrew Jackson or anything. He's not a cool guy or FDR. FDR was a cool guy. And I know he had that stroke and his wife took over. That's true. But do we judge people on their worst day or their best day? All right. If the worst day is really bad, then we got to judge them by their worst day, right? But I like to take the whole thing in totality, okay? Because if you're going to judge someone, I don't know. It's like people who judge, what's his name? Like Francisco Franco. They're like, Francisco Franco was a hero. They do this a lot on Twitter, the right wingers. Yeah, Spain was poor under him for like the first 30 years. And then he did libertarianism to an extent and got a little bit of money. And then now Spain is broke again. So what was the point of what you did? Woodrow Wilson won World War One. America became the number one power, and it's still doing that 100 years later. I can't exactly see what is the most horrible thing. Like, he has a legacy. Okay. That's my criticism of Obama, who I wouldn't put as a failure. I actually think I'd put him on a failure list. But you'd probably put him below average because below average, but not a failure. He was doing the best with what he had. But Obama has no legacy. That's why he doesn't belong in average or near great. Everything he did was erased. So what's the point of Obama? Same as Carter to an extent. Who else has no legacy as a president? Clinton has a legacy. You know. All right. That's just my opinion on Reba. Hippocratico, how you do? If you're new here, please like, comment, and subscribe. We are gonna do the Milo Donkey. I'm excited to do it. But if you're new to the show, we have a format. We follow a certain path. We have some segments, and then we get to Milo. We'll get to Milo by 10:40, and when we're gonna do it. All right. Speaking of, before we get to Schizo, how you doing, J-Boss? Schizo Watch. I wanted to play some new Kirk stuff here, which this is really great. The whole show on September 10th is going to be a Charlie Kirk dedicated show. I'm going to look through all the best Charlie Kirk edits and really see how this Baudrillardian death of Charlie Kirk really achieved immortality for the first time in human history. So let's check this one out here, because we got GTA 6 with Charlie Kirk before the actual GTA 6. I love seeing this one today.
What's up? Can Big Yahoo come up in your crib?
Sure, baby. Whatever you want.
You there?
Yeah.
You know what to do?
Yep.
Good.
Maybe if you got rid of that old yee ass toupee you got, people might think you run your own damn country.
There you are.
Nobody messes with my friends. I'm telling you, nobody.
Nigga!
Can you imagine, once again, but this is another version, the immortality you have achieved in the conscience of the public, of the plebeian, that you are being edited in as a video game mission for an anticipated video game. One of the most, I think GTA 6 is probably the most anticipated video game of all time. And they're literally so excited about it that they use you in GTA, they edit you into GTA 5 as a whole mission in order to, even to show you hate. Hate and love are the same thing. That's how impactful this man was. Truly, 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 where is it?
Sensational.
Sensational. Eve says the big man's Hussein could have done more. He did not understand presidential power, in my opinion. Should have named an ocean. Yeah, he could have named an ocean, now that we know that that's possible. That's true. That's true, Eves. I don't know why Obama did what Obama... I tried to understand Obama for a long time, and I don't get him. And I think that everyone is confused by Obama. I think that Obama was such a confusing president that people are like, what motivated you? What was the point of you being motivated? Okay. What is the point of it? I don't understand how Obama can look back on his presidency with joy or anything. I don't get it. Let's check out this one, and then we're going to get to our first story here. All right.
What up, my lovely females? Behind me is Charlie.
We saw this one yesterday, and I like the addendum. They've added in Epstein and the corrupted version of J.D. Vance, really showing us that the party in America is dead, and people know it.
Charlie Kirk's house. Today is Charlie Kirk's birthday, and this is Kirkiversary.
Dirty soda and styrofoam. Spend a day to get my mind blown. Dress it up and go to Nassau. 200 miles on the dash. Gotta roll a pound up a gas. Switch your lanes in the Grand Rapids. We're the one that kept it cool without it.
Once again, we can't even imagine an America that's fun, that has house parties, that is cool, that people have a good time in, unless Charlie Kirk and Jeffrey Epstein are there. What does that mean? What does that mean? I think it means that the party is over. The music has stopped. All right. Let's get to the first segment here. We're going to do these a little faster so we can get to the calls. Where is... Oh. So first, we have to start here with Glenn Beck. Glenn Beck, one of the dumbest people in America, truly one of the worst people. I hate Glenn Beck, as I've said before, who loves AI, right? We've seen him speak to AI George Washington. He uses AI, okay, a lot. And my producer's theory now about Glenn Beck and boomers, if you're here, you're cool, okay? We're talking about the other boomers, all right? As I always say, it's 20% of the boomers are cool, 80% are just horrible. What happens here is that the reason Glenn Beck and other boomers like him love AI and I know Eve loves AI, but I mean in this sense, okay? You making AI George Washington, making yourself into AI, is because a lot of boomers, a lot of them, come from a generation that had the most artistic talent of any, okay? Listen, man, I love the millennials. I love the Zoomers. I love Gen X. Not really, but I love them, you know? But we all have to admit the best, most impactful music in history, the most important music in history was invented by the boomers, okay? Whether you love it or hate it, the Beatles, I hate the Beatles, most important music ever made, okay? Boomers had some of the most important artists, Jackson Pollock, right? And I think that a lot of boomers had no artistic ability. And they're kind of jealous of Mick Jagger, of Paul McCartney. And with AI, they feel like it's the first time that they have access to make great art, which it isn't. But that's why they love it so much and use it so much. So let's see what he made here of himself now that Trump has renamed Lake Ontario.
Yes! Bard! Feed!
What is this? What is this? What is this? Pure slop. Pure unadulterated slop. I don't even understand. That's why I think it has to be that he's right. Because it has to be something artistic. Like an artistic nihilism. Because this doesn't even make sense. Where Glenn Beck was sad his whole life, it seems like. Even when Glenn Beck was a heroin addict at the age of 20 and then became a Mormon and now lectures us about morality, he has been sad because of the name of Lake Ontario. He always wanted it to be named Lake America. And so he AIs himself. How much is this shirt? We have to look up how much this shirt is real quick. How much is he grifting the audience for? Is this all you wanted? Let's check this out. GlennBeckShop.com. I bet you this is going to be fucking $50. GlennBeckShop.com. Hang on. I spelled it wrong. I'm sorry, guys. English is my second language. All right. $35 for this shirt. $35. At least it's made of cotton. $35 for this shirt. If you buy this, you should be branded as cattle. Straight up, man. Like, you are cattle. You are cattle. Glenn Beck, do you see what they're doing here? He is using something which is in the public domain because it's a government name, Lake America, okay? And he's using this to make money off of idiots. Is this designed as a call to action to go wear this when you visit Lake Ontario? Or Lake America now? This is a delusion. Look, you can even Klarna this. You can pay over time for orders of $35. This country is going insane. This is hell. This is hell. It's hell. And these people do not make it better. They do not make it any better. This country is.
We live in hell. We live in the gutter.
Eve says, now everyone is Paul and John. Yeah, exactly. I bet when Glenn Beck was making this, he was like, I am George Harrison. I am Paul McCartney. I am Jackson Pollock. I am Mick Jagger. I am Roger Waters. No, you're a fat idiot who was a drug addict, and you are now lecturing me. You're lecturing me. It's just terrible. It's this is hell. Someone's asking here. Hippocrates is asking if it comes in a medium. Let's see what this comes in. Yeah, of course, because it's for conservatives. It comes all the way up to a 5XL. Because, there's a bunch of fucking idiots out there that are fat as shit and they need this shirt. Fat as shit. Speaking of, all right, let's continue. We have over here, I thought this was interesting here. Let's see how President Trump pronounced Yosemite here.
Americans experience the breathtaking beauty of the Grand Canyon when their eyes widen in amazement as Old Faithful bursts into the sky, when they gaze upon Yosemites, towering sequoias, Their love of country grows.
One more time.
Yosemite's towering Secund Yosemite's.
You watch. You watch. That is going to lead to some kanging. They're going to say, we named this, it's ours, okay? Yosemite. Yosemite. And, you know, people are going to say that it's because he's old or whatever, because people love to hate and, you know, they always go for the lowest hanging fruit. But the way I see this is all everyone is thinking about now. In the past, since October 7th, everything is about anti-Semitism or pro-Semitism. And it's on everyone's mind. I'm sure, I bet you that if they did a study, a lot of people have been saying it this way, actually. Because this is literally on everyone's mind now. This is the first issue people think of. I saw Curtis Lewa today saying, why are we talking about this constantly? For our local stuff, for everything, but it's just on everyone's mind. Yosemite. This should be, if there's any cool Jewish people out here, this should be a greeting you guys can do. Yo, what's up, my Semite? Yosemite. Well, also, I guess Arabs could do it too. Yosemite. That's amazing. 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 All right. And we can save that. We're going to save that. Speaking of, I have some follow-up here for the Andrew Tate trial, which we followed a little bit. This is Andrew Tate's lawyer today speaking to the crowd. We saw that people in Miami, my hometown, I ran into them. I was in Brickell when they did. They were protesting outside the prison. What is his lawyer saying today? And by the way, notice this is being translated into Spanish. International, Mr. Worldwide, Andrew Tate.
Sure, Top G's a walking billboard on the internet, and yeah, everything he doesn't say is true. Yeah, well, if you believed everything that Top G says is true, there's something wrong with you, okay? He's saying it to create a conversation. He's saying it to stop you in your tracks and to get you to subscribe to a school. Sure.
This is, one more time, hang on.
Sure, Top G's a walking billboard on the internet, and yeah, everything he doesn't say is true. Yeah, well, if you believed everything that Top G says is true, there's something wrong with you.
This is very interesting because we're going with the Alex Jones defense as to why things aren't real. And I bet this has the Top G supporters in shambles.
That's right, run.
Because his attorney, and this is what you would lean on, and we're going to have a lot more of these defenses, is, yeah, but he was saying it ironically, Your Honor. How could you hold him accountable for something he was saying ironically? That doesn't even make sense. How could we hold Top G accountable for something that he said ironically? Okay? What? That is pretty interesting. We're going to see this happen a lot more, especially with online, because I always tell you guys, whether it's text or online, you have to be careful what you write, because when they read it back in a courtroom, then it's going to be a problem. Okay? But this is a defense that at some point, some judge is going to have to take it seriously. They're going to say, hey, we said, yeah, Your Honor, he was saying that he wanted to do this and this and this. But how is this the problem? How is this real? You know that this isn't what he actually means. You know this isn't. How could you actually believe this? He's just trying to start a conversation. He's just trying to say something a little provocative.
No one knows what it means, but it's provocative.
No, it's not. It
gets the people going.
Gets the people going. How could we punish someone for that? That doesn't even make sense. And it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. I see Coastal Manifestation. How do you not have more views? You guys got to talk about the channel, spread the channel, but I'm actually going to work on spreading it on Twitter. I'm going to post some of the clips because I think the reason we kind of stalled is because I had that move and I had to stop posting regular videos. But the regular videos, they're doing pretty well this week. Regular videos are great because not everyone here's for a stream. A lot of people come here for regular videos. And people come in from the regular videos over there. The regular videos this week did pretty well, so I'm going to bank a bunch of those now. Now I have a nice background. But I really appreciate that Coastal Manifestation. Well-spoken realist. I'm not sure I'm a realist as a Baudrillardian, but I think that we make people less insane at the show. And with swag, thank you. I appreciate that. That's the Latino swag. All right. That's enough Schizo Watch for the day. That's enough Schizo Watch because we have to get to the calls and everything. Let's get over here to the next segment.
The people are retarded.
I saw, and let's watch the state of modern, what do you call this, man? Like this, is this Christianity? What is this? Let's see this here real quick.
Bucky, we know, number one, we love you and we're big fans, but we're wondering if you, Bucky, believe in Jesus.
Now, Bucky can answer this question in a couple ways. Okay? If Bucky believes in Jesus, that doesn't make him a Christian. He could also be a Muslim. Wallahi, Bucky has found the word of the prophet. But Bucky, if he says that, I'm not even sure that's a bad idea, because you could survive. What is the Muslim population? It's like 1 billion people, and the Christian population is like 2 billion. That's like a third of the planet approximately, a little under a third. He could, but you would also be shutting out, I don't know, Hindus believe in Jesus in some sense, right? Don't they think he's like one of many prophets or something like that? So there's another billion there. But he would definitely isolate, like, I don't know, animist and ancestral worship people and all that. From the beginning, I don't when I go to Bucky's, which I hate the Bucky's love. I find it so annoying. When you go to Bucky's, Bucky is, I'm not concerned with whether he prays towards Mecca 5 times a day or if he's in the confessional on Sunday. I'm just trying to get a good chicken salad, but this is what is on the minds of Americans. Americans, the biggest, the people, anyway, the Americans, they can't shop at Bucky's without knowing if the animated squirrel, what is Bucky, a rat? Or is he a squirrel if he worships Christ?
Bucky, we know, number one, we love you and we're big fans, but we're wondering if you, Bucky, believe in Jesus.
So here, Bucky has to, what is he gonna, I don't know, I'm a fucking squirrel. I'm a squirrel. Can squirrels believe in Jesus? This is where it gets a little strange. Do squirrels believe in Jesus? You're a squirrel.
Because we want Bucky to know that Jesus loves him. So if you, let's say, Bucky, if you believe in Jesus, give us a thumbs up. So you believe in Jesus? Hands out. All right, guys, we need to pray for Bucky. God bless you. Have a great day. Bucky's not born again. It's hard to win somebody to the Lord. They won't talk to you. But we need to pray for Bucky.
Why?
We need Bucky to be born again.
Why do you need Bucky? You know, as someone who, don't come to me with problems. Come to me with solutions. We have enough problems. We're in hell.
Just woke up in a fucking steaming mood, yeah? Because I live in a shithole!
We have enough problems. Come to me with solutions. If you open a Bucky's type place and the animated, I don't know, let's choose a donkey, says he believes in Jesus and is born again, will you get a bunch of business? This is what I'm wondering now. If you say, yes, we love Bucky, we have, I don't know, this is Bucky. Is Bucky what the fuck is Bucky? Let's look this up here. Let me ask Gemini. How do you spell Bucky? Is Bucky a rat or a squirrel? What is Bucky? Bucky a rat or a squirrel? Often Bruce. No, I mean Bucky. Is it Bucky from the gas station? You know what? Let's ask this if Bucky is here. Oh, he's a beaver. I'm retarded. Bucky's a beaver. Let me ask you here. Does Bucky believe in Jesus canonically? No, there's no lore that's stating that Bucky believes in Jesus. Bucky is a corporate mascot, so his backstory is purely marketing history rather than national folklore. He was named. He came from the co-founder who was nicknamed Beaver. Let me ask here: is Bucky Muslim? No, he's not Muslim. He has no canonical religion. If Bucky were religious, what religion would he be in your estimation? Let's see what they think. He's a Hindu. If Bucky had a personal religion, it would be evangelical Southern Baptist. The case for a spiritual path comes entirely from the cultural DNA of his natural habitat. He's from Texas. Could he find the Prophet Muhammad? Wallahi. If you mean find him historically, I know he's dead. Spiritually, Islamic tradition holds that a person can connect with the Prophet through following his sunnah, sending salawat, and dreaming of him. Right. So could Bucky be a Muslim in theory? In theory, yes. If you treat Bucky as a fictional character rather than a logo, there's nothing stopping him from being a Muslim. He fits the lifestyle requirements. As a beaver, his diet is strictly herbivorous, which makes his natural diet entirely halal. Halal, Bucky. He is famously obsessed with personal hygiene and pristine facilities. This is so stupid. Why are we doing this right now? This is so fucking stupid. And pristine facilities, making the Islamic emphasis on taraha, cleanliness. The brisket paradox. The only real hurdle is his job. Bucky spends his day presiding over hundreds of pounds of smoked Texas brisket. For Bucky to stay fully halal, that beef would have to be certified halal, and he would have to steer entirely clear of pork ribs and pulled pork in the deli section. And a global travel center, while he originated on Texas interstates, nothing about being an anthropomorphic beaver inherently ties him to one faith. If the brand ever expanded to the Middle East, a local mascot would fit right in. Okay, so maybe he hasn't found Jesus because Bucky is a Muslim, actually. Bucky is a Muslim. Wallahi, he has found the Sunnah. He has chosen Deen over Dunya, and he is a Muslim. Why do you need Bucky to be anything? But if he needs to be something, then Bucky is, and you know what? I see Iron Hammer said it. Bucky is an idol. And it seems like he's an idol for people in the South, for America B, for the idiots that get excited about a gas station. And since that's the case, then, I guess, I don't know. I don't know. He is an idol. If you want, this is where I always get confused and people start saying, oh, you're Jewish for thinking that. My producer runs into this problem with his fellow Muslim background people where, if you want Bucky to be anything, aren't you saying that Bucky is worth saving? That an idol, that something created by man is worth saving? Wouldn't that completely negate the emphasis and the reality of the religion that you are purporting to spread? This is idol worship. If you tried to convert, I don't know, a piece of licorice, people would say you're crazy, right? I don't even know if they would think you're crazy. Bucky. All right, so Bucky the Muslim, or what? Bucky the Muslim. I'm calling him Bucky the Muslim. Let's check in over here on the TikTok plebeian who is angry at how little people are tipping in our our wonderful economy.
What's your hot take about tipping?
I sincerely feel like 20% is the new 15%. It is not enough. You gotta tip more. I'm sorry, especially if your meal is below $200. In New York City, it could be different. In other places, I really don't care. Right here, it's not paying the bills. And if you are one of those people who thinks that tipping 18% is fine, you're basically telling me, I hope you and your wife starve. Personally, that's what it says to me. But at the end of the day, it's whatever you want to do, fine. I'm not going to yell at you about it.
But would you like to yell at them about it?
100%. I've almost yelled at people several times. I had one guy come in. He was super nice, and then he tipped 10%. And his friend came in afterwards and was like, I'm so sorry. He's from Sweden.
I love when people know that there's one person in their party that will not tip, and so like after the fact, they slip you $20 and they're like, I'm so sorry about them.
But they still let that person pay.
Yeah.
I feel like if you know you're with people who don't tip well, you gotta kind of take one for the team there.
Get some new friends.
Yeah, or hey, get your money up, start paying the bill.
up, man.
Man, listen.
You ain't got to say.
Listen.
I understand the frustration to an extent, but I'm really tired of this. I don't eat out anymore. I really don't, because I can't stand the tipping anymore. I never liked it, to be honest. My parents are good tippers, even though it wasn't their culture. They immigrated here, right? But they're good tippers. They tip people. I'm tired of it. I'm tired. How can you be asking for more than 15% in this economy? Everyone in this economy sounds like this.
I can't eat. I'm broke, nigga. I'm broke.
If you are going to shame people about tipping, either the only people left who are going to go out are going to be psychopaths that don't care about tipping, which is kind of where I'm at. I don't care anymore. Then why don't you raise the price so that you can pay people correctly? Why is it incumbent on me? I need to get my money. I need to get my money up. Why don't you put the prices up and see if that business can survive? I remember when I was a child, there was a moment where they did this experiment in America. A lot of restaurants were doing this thing called pay what you want. And you would set your price. And guess what? They all closed, because if I can pay what I want, there's an implicit contract there for any lawyers out there. If you're saying pay what you want, you're basically saying,
you know, it's up with me, man. Money really good over here, nigga. I don't give a fuck, nigga. You heard me? Money good, nigga.
That means that money is fine, that you are not struggling with it. That doesn't mean I'm not, and I'm looking for a meal. What is the solution here? Every other country in the world has solved this problem. Only in America, and I remember back in the 1619 Project days, Woke One was crazy. I'm going to make that video. It's going to be great, right? And they used to complain about this. They used to say, how can we depend on people tipping? Or this denigrates the worker. And by the way, if you don't receive enough tips, a lot of people don't know this. The law is, if you don't get enough tips to cover minimum wage, the restaurant owner has to pay you the difference. So you're making minimum wage if you don't get enough tips. Every other country has solved this. This is the country that went to the moon. This is the country that invaded Iraq twice. This is the country that won World War I, World War II. And we're here, and we can't solve a simple transaction. It's a simple request that you go to the place and you pay. That's it. I don't eat out anymore because of this. I'm not dealing with the people. When I go, I don't have the slave mentality, okay? I'm not going to go out there and every day you go into a restaurant, the food is worse and it's more expensive. It's stagflation at restaurants. And then someone comes up to me and I'm expected to tip, even though they didn't cook it, they didn't do shit, they just brought it to me. Fuck you.
I can't stand these fucking people, man. The joke is becoming a reality. Every day I hate one more person. They drive me crazy.
Maybe it's because I worked at Burger King in high school and we got tips from time to time, which we were allowed to accept. But I wasn't asking you for a tip. What's the difference between me working at Burger King and a server? I'm not doing the Reservoir Dogs monologue or anything, but it's annoying. It's annoying. Eve says, phony friend for 90 minutes with a stranger ritual. That is true. That is true. These servers are not very kind either because they're all normies, right? Check out the normie video from the week. I'm going to reply to comments after this. And the normies, what they do as waiters now, they do the same thing they do everywhere, which is, this is the standard of customer service in America. It's 2 words. Hi, can I have I don't know, avocado toast? Me and my lovely transgender girlfriend would like an avocado toast and a mimosa. What happened? What happened? That's every time you go out in America now. This is where we go. It just gets worse and worse. And then they blame you and they don't blame anyone else. They don't blame anyone else but you. No one else but you. Speaking of, we've seen this restaurant quite a bit in my hometown here in Miami, 40 minutes from my house. This scam Colombian restaurant. Finally, people are calling it out. Let's check this out here.
I got scammed at a $500 restaurant in Miami, and they had me in there looking silly and just foolish. First off, after I booked my non-refundable reservation, they wouldn't even pick up the phone because they don't speak English. And I'm over here just all excited. I'm rolling up my sleeves. I'm like, I'm finna be the next Keith Lee off this. I booked a $500 20-course meal with wine pairing. First off, they start you with a shot. That's when they had me. I'm over here really thinking it was gonna be something. It didn't even taste like it was no alcohol in that shot. Then they gave me this nasty ass sorbet. Then the lady gonna come up to ask me. She said, "Oh, did you not like it?" I said, "No." She said, "Oh, do you want me to take it off?" I said, "Oh, take it off the bill." She talking about, "No, take it off the table." Girl, get the fuck out my face. Then she gonna come back and drop this little truffle ball off and say, "We suggest that the best way to enjoy the course is to take small bites. If I want to get more than 2, that's all I can do." And when I tell y'all, basically every course was that size. So at first I'm like, okay, it is 20 courses. Maybe these are just the hors d'oeuvres. But even the wine pairings was micro.
What? Did he say the hors d'oeuvres?
Every course was that size. So at first I'm like, okay, it is 20 courses. Maybe these are just the hors d'oeuvres.
I'm going to start saying that. That's awesome. The hors d'oeuvres. The hors d'oeuvres. That's, I like that.
But even the wine pairings was micro. I'm like, did I misread? Did it say wine tasting? Then they brought out a bouquet of flowers and told me only the orange ones was edible. So I said, there's no way that's it. I said, that's the only thing I can eat. I don't know how to eat this, sir. I know you fucking lying. And the crazy part is, I had pulled that out earlier, but I said, oh, this must be the sauce. It got to the point I said, yeah, I might need to go ahead and finish this little sorbet. When I tell you every dish, I was getting maximum 2 bites. Y'all, it genuinely got to the point I was in there trying to eat the rocks. I was so hungry. I was already confused on how to eat these dishes. Then they serving finger foods. I think the starvation is making me even more confused. Then to top it all off, all of this shit was nasty. The best tasting thing,
so true, man. As a Venezuelan, why would you eat Colombian food? It is nasty.
Was the wine, and they ain't even give me enough of that to get drunk. Then here comes the main attraction. They pour chocolate over your hands. You wash your hands with it. You can try it if you want. Then they put coffee grains on it to exfoliate your skin when you mix it around again. You can try it again. Then they wash it off. I'm not gonna lie, I did have my hands feeling smooth and soft. So now you think, oh, here come the main dishes, right? You looking just as silly as me. And as it got closer to the bill, this is all I heard. I started thinking, damn, Josh, you just wasted $500 you did not have. It genuinely felt like they were playing in my face. They had me in there eating chips, y'all. There's no way this was serious. Then I saw lamb chops on the menu next. I said, good, finally some meat. They gave me 1 lamb chop, y'all. And next we moved on to dessert. This was called the lick me. They said the way you should enjoy it was by licking the plate. And it just started to kick in how silly I must look right now. But I still spent $200, so you best believe I'm finna get to the bottom of this. I just felt like this had to be a humiliation ritual. It was like the dishes were all about the display. Why is this on a scale? They would give presentations when they pulled out the dish, and I couldn't even understand what they were saying because they weren't speaking English good. And they ended it off with this. I'm just confused why anybody would want nitrous oxide and antifreeze all over their...
Now, I see here J Boss. For anyone that's new here, J Boss is our self-proclaimed resident racist, okay? So don't be freaked out by him, okay? That's just how he is. All right. Everyone is welcome on this channel. We have DSA, we have far right, we have libertarians, we have racists, we have anti-racists. Everyone is welcome at the Baudrillardian channel. Fill your coffee up. You'll enjoy the next part of the show. And he's saying here, what language is this horse eater speaking? J Boss, I have to tell you, I understand you may be biased against the man because of his immutable characteristics. But doesn't it say something to you? Because we've played this restaurant several times, and not a white man, not a Hispanic man, not an Asian man, not a white woman, not a white man, not a white Hispanic, not an Eskimo, not a Chinese, not a Japanese. Not a single one has said that this is a scam. It took a brother, a black man, to say what only I had been saying. Only I had been saying this is a scam. And the first person to go there and call it out to their face is a black, foundational black American. What does that say about it, actually? What does that say about not this man, but about the other races? How about that for our resident race? It took a brother to call out how stupid this is. This is a free man. This is a free man talking.
Come on, man. This is a free man talking.
And this is what everyone should aspire to do, to be able to call out this BS. Oh, yes, credit to them. Like they said, the 19 Pokey was a scam. I gave them credit for that. Even our resident racist is saying that the only people willing to call out the scam economy are the black people. That's why I love them, man. Me and my brothers over there, my community. I am a black man. Inside of me, there is a 70-year-old black man from Mississippi who fought on the Edmund Pettus Bridge. All right. Let's play this, and then I want to play something that Neptune sent us, some Nick Fuentes, which is pretty neutral. It's not going to be about anything in particular. It's going to be about the state of the world for this segment. Let's watch this, though, first.
Oh my god, hi! Karen! So good to see you!
So, how long did it take the Millennium Falcon to do the Kessel Run?
12 parsecs. Who's the heir of Isildur?
Aragorn, son of Arathon. And why does the Sword of Gryffindor destroy Horcruxes?
Because it's all basilisk venom!
We just become best friends!
Yep.
Potato, boil and mash them, stick them in a stew.
Anakin, my allegiance is to the Republic, to democracy.
I am for peace, justice, and security to my new empire.
If this is what Lindsay Clancy was dealing with, she might need to get out. We might have to free Lindsay Clancy. These people, they are...
You are fighting against America and you hate white people.
What is this Reddit slop? J-Boss says, Goy slop. Let's drop it. Where is it?
Technically, according to the strict law of the Torah, not one Gentile in the world deserves to live.
I don't know if it's because I'm not a nerd. I know what the Millennium Falcon is. I have no idea what the rest of it is that they're talking about. I didn't even know these type of people still existed. This is millennial core, but these guys are like in their 20s, late 20s, so they're Zoomers. What is this? You're being dog walked, dressed as, what is this? Probably some fucking, is this the guy from Lord of the Rings? Is this Lord of, what is this? No, is this Harry Potter? What slop is, you know, and then you wonder why you can't leave your house. Why you can't, because the schizo dealers, listen, schizo dealers, when I'm in charge, the schizo dealers are going to prison, all right? Tucker Carlson's going to jail. He will be remade into a new man, okay? This place is just, it's terrible. It's terrible. It's not getting any better.
Just woke up in a fucking steaming mood, yeah? Because I live in a shithole!
All right, and let's get to this, because Neptune sent us this, and he watches the replays. And he sent me this a little while ago. And it's very funny to see Nick Fuentes here say a lot of things we say on this show. You know, he's Hispanic, I'm Hispanic. We don't agree on everything, just like I don't agree with Dalariza on everything. But, you know, we got to stick together, left wing, right wing, doesn't matter. You know, la raza, la cultura, we are here, we are Hispanic. And my brother over here is spitting. My Hispanic, let's listen to his trip to the Apple store.
Only group chat, which I am in. And I was hanging out there. I was hanging out in there a little bit today, talking about my experience fixing my phone this weekend. And listen, I don't know about you guys, but it's not even the diversity. Trust me, the diversity is a big problem. The diversity is a huge problem. But this is one of these problems that we're watching in slow motion. We're like the boiling frog. We're the frog in the boiling pot of water, where slowly over time you just see fewer and fewer white people, and then everywhere you go, it's all...
Okay, so this is his racist thing. All right. And I don't even understand it because he's talking about the Apple Store. The Apple Store is not diverse. Every time I go to the Apple Store, it's like, what's that called? Hyperborea or Valhalla. It's a bunch of white people working at the Genius Bar with tattoos. Maybe I'm not going to the right Apple stores. For me, it's always like some white college kids with tattoos and a mustache who are working there. And then there's usually some white girls. I'm not seeing a lot of people at the Apple Store that are not white.
Non-whites. You go to the mall, it's all non-white people and their kids running around. You go to Navy Pier, you go to the water park, you go to the fucking pool, and it's all these non-white people with their 6 million kids each speaking their alien tongue, you know, and it is what it is. But I have to tell you, the thing that's really going to make me, and I think a lot of other people snap, is just how much worse every little thing is getting in the country, the little things. And I was talking about this in the group chat. Have you ever noticed that nowadays, if you try to call any establishment on the phone, hotel, restaurant, store, have you ever noticed that you can never actually call people at the place you're trying to reach?
Now, I'm going to give you a tip, and I've said this to people before, and they get mad, okay? Especially the right-wingers. You got to learn Spanish, man. Because people hate, you know, dial 2 for Spanish. I always dial 2 for Spanish. Because they always have a guy speaking to you in Spanish, or a girl, and they're usually smart, okay? You should always dial 2 for Spanish. Learn elementary Spanish so you can get someone on the phone who is smart, okay? I'm not saying they're going to be in America. It's going to be like the English line. The English line, where is that? In the Philippines? They're going to be in Mexico or Colombia, but they're going to be smart, and they're going to have a Colombian accent or a Mexican accent, but if you learn Spanish, they're neutral. You're going to be able to understand it. Because even I have trouble, and I know, look, Spanish is my second language. I'm Hispanic and slow and all that, but I have trouble understanding some of the English speakers. I've had people from the islands. Those are fine. But sometimes you get someone from India and you're like, dude, I have no idea what you're saying right now. And I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I really can't communicate. But if you go in Spanish, you'll get someone all the time. This applies in Canada too, I've been told. If you dial 2 for French in Canada, you're going to get some smart Haitian guy on the phone. Okay, so learn Spanish. If you want to solve the problem as opposed to complaining, dial 2 for Spanish.
You need to ask a question about a store. You need to ask a question about a hotel reservation. You call the store. You call the hotel. First, you get an AI assistant who walks you through a menu. And then, if you're lucky enough to get an agent, then they patch you through to somebody in another country. And so this weekend, I was trying to get to Best Buy and then the Apple Store. And I'm calling ahead at the Best Buy saying, hey, I'm going to be 10 minutes late to my appointment. And they're like, oh, well, we're not in the store. I'm like, then who am I calling then? Why are you answering the phone? I'm trying to call the store to talk to the people at the store about what is about to go down at the store. Where are you, India? Where are you, the Philippines? How can you help me at the Best Buy in Tinley Park if you're in India? How can you help me at the Apple Store in Old Orchard Mall if you're in Pakistan? I'm calling, I say, hey, can I get my iPhone screen replaced same day? You know what the lady tells me? She goes, well, if they have the part, then yes. But if they don't have the part, then they'll have to order it. I said, so if the answer is yes, then the answer is yes. But if the answer is no, then the answer is no. Do I have that right? I said, can't you just tell me? Can't you check in the back? She's like, I'm not at the store. I'm like, so why am I talking to you then? Who am I talking to then? What is the point of all this then? What is this charade? It's like this with everything. You call no one answers the phone anymore. No one answers the phone. Restaurants, hotels, stores. You call a hotel and you say, hey, can I make a reservation? They're not even at the hotel. They can't tell you if they have rooms or not. Isn't that on your computer or something? What do you mean you don't know? You say, hey, do you have any rooms available? They go, let me put you on hold and get back to you. Well, how do you not know? It's little things like this. It's password resets. This was another. So I'm trying to replace this phone. Do you have your iCloud password? No, I think it's on a sticky note that I left in the junk drawer at my parents' house in 2013. Like, I don't have it. Okay, well, in that case, you need to reset your password, and it's a 1-hour security delay. Okay, reset the password. We sent the password reset link to your email. Okay, I go to the email. I'm trying to find the password for the email. I don't know if I have the right one, the wrong one. The email was deleted. The email account was inactive for so long they deleted it. It's like everything is like this. Insurance is like this. Buying anything, a hotel reservation, an airline. I was at an airport. I missed my flight. I go to the customer service desk. I said, hey, I just missed my flight. Can you rebook me? And this frizzy-haired black woman points to a link on a sign. It's chewing her gum. And she goes, y'all can check out, y'all can go online. You got to go on the app. Like, what? I'm sorry. So what the fuck are you here for then? I have to get the airport Wi-Fi. I have to now go on everything now is go through the app. Am I like a boomer, or is this?
That's exactly what I wanted to say. Exactly. You feel like a boomer, and a lot of this happened after COVID. I've complained about stuff like this on this show for over a year now, which is the one that really gets me is that we lost 24-hour Walmart. Walmart is already garbage. Walmart is evil, okay? Walmart is not a good place to be, okay? At Walmart, sometimes I call my mom and I say, Mom, can you pick me up? I'm not in a good place right now, okay? Walmart is not a good place. And the only thing that made Walmart tolerable for me in the past was that I could go there at 3 a.m., at 1 a.m., at 2 a.m., and no one was there. It was awesome. Even sometimes you wouldn't even go to shop. It's 3 a.m. in Miami. There's nothing to do because all the nightlife is closed because of COVID restrictions. You go, let me go to Walmart now. Let me go check out Walmart. And they took that away from us. They took it away from us. And now you feel like a boomer. Because you complain about this stuff, and first of all, if you complain about it to anyone under the age of 23, they're like, I have no idea what you're talking about. The only world they've known is this shitty world. But anyone that has a longer memory knows that this is garbage. You know, he's making it racial, but I had a similar thing at an airline 2 years ago. They delayed my flight by 8 hours to New York from Miami. And you're supposed to get a meal voucher after an hour, okay? And I went up to the lady at the kiosk who was Hispanic like me, and I'm not speaking to her in French or Chinese. I'm talking to her in Spanish. And I go, hey, my flight's delayed, and you guys owe me a voucher now, right? And she goes, I don't know how to do that. And I was like, that's your answer to this predicament? You don't know how to do that? She goes, yeah, I don't know. This is the law, though. She goes, go speak to this counter over there. And so I walked over to the main, I think it was American Airlines counter. And what happened is that the line was 2 hours long. So I skip to the front and I tell them, hey, I just need this fucking voucher for food because you delayed my flight. And they said, go ask the lady you just asked. And I go, okay, so now we're in Kafka hell. Now I literally woke up as a cockroach and I'm being a cockroach. I'm being a cockroach. And I go back to the lady and I say, hey, they said to ask you. And she said, I remember this, but I'm not making this up, dude. I remember this to detail because this was when I started to go insane. And she says, well, I don't know how to do it. And I go, This is what I realized about normies. This is what I hate, is that I'm a polite guy. And I got frustrated and I said, well, then find someone who can do it because you have to give it to me. And then she figured out how to print the meal voucher. Why? I feel like we've talked about it since last week, like an abusive husband in a movie. That he's like, why are you making me hit you? That's how I feel. I'm like, why are you making me speak to you in this way? You're not an animal. Or are you an animal, actually? If you're an animal, then things are very different. Then I can start mooing at you and maybe we'll develop a new language. But you're a human being. I want to treat you politely, but you will not do that. It's crazy. If you are polite to people now in customer service, you do not get results. You have to be exceedingly impolite. And that I've become impolite in that sense. You know, I've become Michaela Peterson. Is Jordan Peterson alive? Is he? Let's check if Jordan Peterson has tweeted anything before. Has Jordan Peterson tweeted anything? Has he tweeted anything? Let's check this out here. Whoa. That's crazy. All right, Jordan Peterson. Is Jordan Peterson alive? Let's see if he's tweeted anything lately. Jordan, we're thinking about you, man. I don't even like you, but we're thinking about you. No, last tweet 5 days ago, and it's definitely not him. There's definitely AI. But Neptune sent this to me, and I was like, dude, Fuentes, we disagree on some stuff. But spit in here, man. They said maybe Hispanics have a higher standard or something. We're just like, dude, if you, one thing I don't understand is this. If you are getting paid to do a job, why don't you do it? If you weren't getting paid, I get it. If you were an actual slave, then why do this? Fuck it, right? I'm going to be right there with you. Don't do the work. You're getting paid to do it. It is actually more expensive for you to deal with me insisting than if you just did your job. So why don't you just do your fucking job? It's insane the way things are going. It's crazy. It is crazy. And I'm seeing here, Coastal Manifestation. They tell a story. And I agree, Cole. This is the even weirder one. Sometimes you're trying to give people money and they will not take it. Your insurance company, something, they say, hey, we're going to charge you a fee if you don't pay. Okay, let me call you. I went through this with an overdraft fee. I call my bank and I'm like, hey, I got this overdraft fee. I'm sorry. I don't keep a lot of money in the account. And I guess one of the credit card bills wiped it. I move it all to another account, to my investment account, whatever, right? And they go, okay, well, we need you to fill out this form and do this. And I go, I'm trying to give you money right now. Why are you saying no? This is reverse grape. I'm trying to give you something and you're something of value. I'm not trying to send you like a Ted Kaczynski package. I'm trying to send you money online and you will not accept the money. I just went through this with an HVAC company where I found out it's crazy. It's crazy. I hired an HVAC company and I need them to go into my attic. They just didn't want to go in the attic. They said, it's too hot. What the fuck does that mean? Isn't that your fucking job? And that's everything. Now, that's everything nowadays. It's insane. And it's getting worse. And it's COVID's fault. And I can't stand it. J-Boss says, anything plus computers equals crap. I completely agree. All right. Let's get to the main story so then we can get calls. Let's refresh here with the dog. Where's the dog? Where's the dog?
Хочу сказать, что же я хочу сказать?
All right. We have to talk about Milo Yiannopoulos. For anyone that doesn't remember Milo from the good old 2016 days, Milo was a big deal. Milo is this Greek-British guy who is gay, who I remember because he was very important here in Florida. Because let me remind, I'll be honest, I don't like Milo. I thought he was very talented, but I don't like him. The first reason I don't like him is because he went to the Pulse nightclub here in Orlando, in Florida, after they killed a bunch of gay people or something. This guy that the FBI knew about, whatever, one of those stories. And he made out with Gavin McInnes at the Pulse nightclub to own the Muslims. And I was like, that just seems gay to me, to be honest. Whatever. Nothing against it, but like, if you just want to be gay, then just say it, Gavin. You know, whatever. And the second one was, people don't know this, but Milo Yiannopoulos, did he do this with Lauren Southern? We had a tragedy in Miami where the Department of Transportation was building this fucking bridge here, where they said, we have new technology and we don't have to wait for the cement to dry for the bridge to stay up. Okay? And my dad drove under this bridge here like 2 hours before it collapsed. This killed like 9 people. No one went to jail for it, by the way. Not the contractor, which is a company called MCM, not anyone at the Florida Department of Transportation, not anyone at Florida International University that planned it. This was a crazy event here in Miami. And it was tragic because we were like, dude, we can't even build bridges anymore. And Milo Yiannopoulos went there with Laura Loomer, actually, that piece of shit. And he posted this with Laura Loomer. I'm in Florida with a fellow civil rights activist protesting deadly bridges. Full photo shoot soon. There's still people who are at the hospital dying because of this. And he's here taking a picture. I don't understand how Laura Loomer has any credibility. These were American citizens, even if they weren't, who died because of bad infrastructure under Donald Trump the first time around. I'm not blaming him for it. Under Ron DeSantis, I think it was Ron DeSantis, pretty sure it wasn't Rick Scott. And you went out there and did a photo shoot. And now you're annoying. But this is worth bringing up because it seems like Laura Loomer fell out with Milo Yiannopoulos and she got him deported. J-Boss says, was that the Chickville Bridge? Yes, this was a all-female engineering team that built this bridge with new technology. People memed it. But it was never funny to me. It really wasn't funny because, dude, people died because of it. Like, it wasn't even funny. I mean, maybe it's because I'm from Miami, so I'm more sensitive about it. This bridge killed people. This bridge literally killed people, young people, old people. A bunch of people died here. And you're going to do a photo shoot like you think that's really funny. So you reap what you sow. Go fuck yourself. And I'll remind you, someone here, we watched Milo recently, went on Tucker Carlson to talk about gay people.
I'm not gay no more. I am delivered. I don't like men no more. I said I like women.
Because Milo Yiannopoulos went on Tucker Carlson to explain what it's like to be gay. Let's watch a clip from that. Once again, let's put it a little fast so Tucker doesn't get mad.
Homosexuality comes to mind. I've always wanted to say in a Ugandan accent, "Are you gay? Why are you gay?" So let me ask: are you gay? Were you gay? Like, what is gay?
Nobody's gay. Nobody's gay. After that clip, which is the best thing on the internet, he changes the question, the interrogative to a declarative. He says, "Why are you gay?" And she starts, it starts talking. He says, "You are gay." It becomes a statement, and this is where he goes. This is where he loses me because. Nobody is gay. We've been encouraged to think of this.
This was 3 hours of Tucker asking Milo, well, let me ask you. What do the elites want? If they say that the male G-spot is in the prostate, then why would they put it there if we get pleasure from it? What are they hiding in our prostates? What are they hiding? Are the gay people, are they thinking? Are they thinking a little bit? What? There are gay people and then there are straight people. And it seems like the straight people, we never get to experience the male G-spot. So are the elites hiding gay from us? That's what it was for 3 fucking hours. This is the last thing I remember Milo doing. So here we have actual footage of Milo getting arrested today by ICE. Let's check this out here.
Honestly, I haven't the faintest idea what's going on.
Sir, you're being detained.
Detained? For what?
Immigration status. You're being processed for deportation.
Deported? You cannot be serious. This is absolutely outrageous. You?
Of course, that's not actual footage for anyone who's retarded. But I think that it probably went down that way. He was detained in Louisiana. I don't know what Milo was doing in Louisiana. It's not even Mardi Gras. And my first question is this. Milo Yiannopoulos is Greek and British. And I need to ask our resident racist, Jay Boss, because he tells me that the Spanish are white and the Italians are white. I'll hear you out. But if Milo Yiannopoulos is being deported and he's British and Greek, then we have confirmation that the British and the Greeks are not white. In fact, they're just like me. They're Hispanic. Checkmate, racist. It seems like maybe British people might be Hispanic, because I was told that we were only going to deport the bad hombres, which is an implicit declaration that the people being deported are bad Hispanics. So think on that, smoke on that, meditate on that, and try to retort that, racist. Okay, it seems to me that Milo might be a Hispanic man. Okay, here we have the footage that the news that TMZ broke. Exclusive Kanye executive. We're going to talk about Ye, one of my favorites. Milo Yiannopoulos detained by ICE in Louisiana. Here we had Homeland Security, DHS, quote tweeting it. Look at the picture here. I mean, doesn't he look? This looks like my cousin. This looks like my cousin Jose Gregorio from Petare. Like, he looks like he's my buddy. You know, he looks like we get down there when I visit Venezuela. And he's like, hey, Leo, what's up, man? How you doing? Hey, gringo la familia, what's up? And I'm like, hey, what's up, dude? How you doing, Jose Gregorio? Let's go get some bitches and some coconuts and we'll eat them on the beach. Absolutely, Jose. This looks like a Hispanic man. You're telling me this doesn't look like a Hispanic? I'm telling you, these British people, they are Hispanic. They're from Latin America. A lot of people don't know that Brexit was actually because the UK considers itself more Latino than it does European. So they want to be part of the European Union, want to be part of Mercosur. And here they wrote, on August 27, ICE arrested Milo Yiannopoulos, an illegal alien from the UK, at Louis Armstrong Airport in Kenner, Louisiana. Yiannopoulos legally entered the country in 2019 through New York City. He chose to overstay his welcome in violation of our nation's laws. Yiannopoulos was issued a final order of removal by ICE in July after failing to show up for immigration hearings. He will remain in ICE custody pending removal. Being in detention is a choice. We encourage all illegal aliens to take control of their departure with the CBP Home app, blah, 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 blah. They're offering you $3,000. So he said no to $3,000 and decided to get deported. And again, the reason I brought up this Laura Loomer thing is that we know that Laura Loomer is tight with the administration. And she allowed Milo, her former friend, to be deported like a bad hombre. All right? That's something, okay? This is some old footage here of Milo with Kanye West and Nick Fuentes in 2022 when Ye was running for president.
Life like this is what your life like. Try to live your life right. People really know you push your buttons like type right. This is like a movie, but it's really very lifelike.
I really feel for Ye because as a huge Ye fan, I think he just surrounded himself with the wrong people. And if he had the right people, this campaign would have gone in a more interesting direction. I still have one of the Ye campaign shirts that I bought. You know, that's him with Nick and Kanye. Let's see over here. There's some vintage Milo here when he was doing the Uncensored America tour.
It doesn't matter if you agree with the literal truth of Christianity or not. The founders did, and they made a country for people who did. And if you don't agree with that, you don't like God, or you don't see why too much freedom is leading us all to hate and kill each other, and you don't appreciate that we should not only restore Christianity in culture, but require it in public life. You should go to Canada. You should go somewhere else where there's a moral architecture built into the law. But here, it doesn't work without God. And when you don't have him...
Say the M-word, go on.
When instead
say the M-word, go on.
It's
90% bullshit.
The rituals of the church
What is entertaining?
With
say the M-word, go on.
Antidepressants.
That's enough. That's enough, Milo.
Say the M-word, go on.
So he was telling people to leave America. Some Zed-speaking freak was telling people to leave if they disagree with the law. You broke... I don't even understand how Milo found himself in this situation. Because he knows that they're going after the illegal immigrants. So why would you fly? And if you say that you have to follow the law, well, then that's the law now, buddy. Eve says, from a white boomer perspective, any individual or friend could have been called an hombre in the past. I didn't know that. There was no racist connotation as far as I remember, sir. Interesting. I always get confused because we go back and forth. It's bipolar. It's like an ex-girlfriend, the Hispanics and the whites. You know, the Hispanics, the whites, Hispanics will be like, you deported us. You denaturalized us in the 30s. And white people are like, you're bringing up old shit, man. Stop bringing up old shit. And then the whites will be like, you guys came illegally. And you're bringing up old shit. It's hot and cold. Sometimes we're kissing. Sometimes we're hugging. Sometimes we're in court. It's Lindsay Clancy level. Okay. I always get confused. Do they love us? Do they hate us? I don't know. And here we have some old tweets here that are pretty funny to see now that he's been deported. America cannot accept any more migrants, refugees, aliens, or immigrants because America cannot offer them a safe place or life, or even guarantee their basic survival. It's that simple. Sorry, try again in 20 years. You're right, Milo. Absolutely. There's one concrete thing we must insist on in this administration. It matters a lot more than debts measured in imaginary money. We have to deport millions and millions and millions of people. Without that, nothing else matters. Absolutely. Absolutely, right? If the Trump admin doesn't get real serious real fast about left-wing terror and deporting millions of illegals, America's just going to stop looking to the government to fix problems. Vigilante justice is looked down upon in this country. It's revered and glamorized. Deportations have not been done before. Even credible threats, what we have now, have made people's lives noticeably better. One reason Dems hiss and spit at the concept is they know how much worse all our lives and thanks to millions of foreigners who don't belong here. You're right, Milo. You're right. So it seems like you got deported because you were a threat to America, because you were not following the law. It really goes back to that old white people expression I love to say, be careful what you wish for. But it also goes back to that Jewish poem from the mid-century. First, they came for the Mexicans, and I said nothing because I was not Mexican. Then they came for the Hondurans, and I said nothing because I was not Honduran. Then they came for the Venezuelans, and I said nothing because I was not Venezuelan. And finally, they came for the Greek, gay, British people, white-wing grifter, liar, scammer, thief, Kanye working, annoying guy. And no one was left to speak for me because they deported everyone. Seems like there was a lot of wisdom in that poem about the Holocaust. Sorry, Milo. Maybe you can try again in 20 years. Let's look at this here. Mehdi Hassan gloating. Okay, I get why he likes Mamdani. States should denaturalize and deport Mehdi Hassan. I'm writing a letter to that effect and making sure it gets in front of the right people. Let him squeal. I'm more American than you, as they are dragging him onto his one-way flight. I'm not going to cry. I'm not going to spill tears for Milo. For Milo, the only question I have here is this. What do we do? Where is this?
You know, we're gonna send you someplace that you're not gonna like.
And he's like, I'm not afraid of Guantanamo. I said, Guantanamo? I never said I was gonna send you to Guantanamo.
I'm gonna send you to Jerusalem.
Hang on, because I hate everything. Sorry, J-Boss is saying that this isn't a poem. Brother, this is a poem. It's German. Poetic form of the 1946 is poetic form. Confessional prose piece by a German Lutheran pastor. It indirectly condemns complicity of German intellectuals and clergy following the Nazi rise to power. First, they came for the communists. I did not speak up because I wasn't a communist. Then they came for the Jews. I didn't speak up because I wasn't a Jew. Then the trade unionists, then the Catholics, and then they came for me. So true. So true. A poem needs to have metric feet. I don't know about poetry, man, but I know that we don't know how to do poems anymore. Here's another tweet here that they put here. Because the Fuentes fans are happy, too, because he said, Miller will have to find a way to deport or detain Nick. It's not even a question. Who's gonna stick up for him? Does this guy have any friends? Does he have any friends? And so I would show you, I just wanted to show you this, and we're get in the Discord if you guys want to speak tonight. Let me get this up here. Don't switch. Let me send the Discord link in the chat. Where is it? Invite to server. How do I do that? Invite to server. Here we go. Invite to server. Edit invite link. 30 days. Generate a new link. Yes. Let me put this here. Discord. If you want to get into Discord, which is what we're doing, our chatting, I need to pin that at the top. Oh, I like that it doesn't make me orange now. That's good. You can join us there to speak on this or whatever's on your mind. You know, I just thought this was a pretty big story here. And while we wait for people, let me just show you that this is kind of a big deal because it's being covered by all of the news. Let's see what CBS had to say about this. This is Barry Weiss's publication. I'm sure she hates him.
At breaking news late today, the Department of Homeland Security arresting right-wing commentator Milo Yiannopoulos. The 41-year-old and early supporter of President Trump's 2016 campaign is now in ICE custody. DHS releasing this photo of him and that quote calling him an illegal alien who chose to overstay his welcome. Yiannopoulos, who has backed President Trump's broader immigration crackdown, also recently broke with the president, posting on X that Trump had, quote, lost his way. Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes following this for us tonight. Nancy, good evening.
Tony, good evening. He was arrested, like so many are, for failing to show up for an immigration hearing. Now he's facing removal despite former ties to President Trump that have frayed in recent years.
The Department of Homeland Security says Milo Yiannopoulos was apprehended yesterday at the airport in New Orleans, where he had traveled to attend a Kanye West concert.
If you look at the men in Black Lives Matter, cucked as right?
Yiannopoulos, who is British, is known for his inflammatory claims on everything from race to gender.
This ugly, sociopathic, vindictive, mean, spiteful third-wave feminism.
He moved to the U.S. in the mid-2010s, and his speaking engagements here often drew protests. He was a top advisor to Kanye West during his short-lived campaign for president and arranged a now infamous meal at Mar-a-Lago between West, President Trump, and white nationalist Nick Fuentes. But Yiannopoulos' visa had expired, and ICE has ramped up its apprehensions at airports this summer. Yiannopoulos himself was an outspoken advocate for such measures, posting last year, "We have to deport millions and millions and millions of people." He found himself in the crosshairs after a falling out with Trump confidant Laura Loomer, who has been urging ICE to deport him ever since. Today, she claimed credit and called it a great day for America.
It's not clear if it was Loomer's tip or just a routine visa check that got Yiannopoulos detained. Last month alone, Tony, ICE arrested a record 50,000 people nationwide.
Nancy, thank you.
So you see, it's a big deal, man. It's not just us covering it or an online thing. And again, this is him with Loomer just a few years ago. I'm in Florida standing in front. I really think this was the moment that it was. I don't believe in karma, but I do think when you do something like this is when you're really tempting fate. Floating in front of people dying because of poor infrastructure. When was the collapse? Let me look this up here. What year was it? FIU bridge collapse. Let's look this up. 2018. So Trump was president. 6 people died, 10 injured. One of the worst things to happen. This was like Miami's 9/11. Obviously, not even 1% of the people that died. Or what's 1% of? No, it's not even 1%. 3,000. Not even 30 people. But this was a big deal. And the fact that Milo did this was just so disgusting. I mean, look, this was a horrible time here to do this. So let's watch how someone else is covering it. But before we do that, let's play the Patreon ad. Join us on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Hello, I like money.
Give me the money.
Show me the money!
Give me the money, okay?
This country, you gotta make the money first.
Get the fucking
money!
Link is now in the description so that you can help support the show. If you're a fan, it helps out quite a bit. You get the King Leo Movie Club. We just have to do our plugs here. Let's check over here what people were saying here on ABC News, because everyone left, right, center was covering this today. Let's see this.
Well, a controversial political commentator in ICE custody now. Milo Yiannopoulos has been detained by Immigration and Customs Enforcement, according to an ICE detention database. That database lists him as a citizen of the United Kingdom and says he is currently in ICE custody. It does not specify, however, though, where he is being held or why he was detained, but we can tell you that Yiannopoulos rose to prominence as a contributor at the conservative site Breitbart. He's been criticized for comments described as racist and anti-Semitic, and was even banned from entering the nation of Australia for what they call a lack of character. He later worked on the short-lived presidential campaign of rapper Kanye West. The Department of Homeland Security did not respond to ABC News' request for comment. We will continue to monitor this for you as we get more detail.
My Lord. Milo. And over here we had InfoLib News covering it as well. MS Now.
We just now heard from DHS on this case.
Yeah, we did. So Milo Yiannopoulos was arrested yesterday at the New Orleans International Airport there in Louisiana. They say that he is now in ICE custody, and they say he had entered the country legally in May of 2019. Clearly, he had some sort of visa. We don't know yet what exact kind of visa he had, that he was staying in this country illegally. But then he missed a check-in and missed an appointment down with the ICE facility last month in July 22nd. An immigration judge, because of that, issued a final order of removal, something many folks here over the Trump administration's second term have gotten. And because of that, he was picked up by federal law enforcement at the airport yesterday in New Orleans. He will remain in ICE custody pending his removal. Now, this is somebody who has espoused white nationalist views, somebody who has espoused anti-Semitic views, incredibly racist comments online that actually got him banned from Facebook and Twitter. He's also somebody who was associated with Kanye West's presidential campaign, Tom.
Okay, and so he's soon to be out of the country.
Very likely, depending on how quickly they can get him out of the country.
Get that freak out of the country. Get that freak. CCTV is here. CCTV says he was just a grifter. I do agree. I have to say, though, I'm a little disappointed because I do think he deserved to come to Florida for one last time. And I gotta say, even though I'm saying he's Hispanic because it's happening to him, it seems like Spanish wasn't his first language. He didn't get to spend time at Alligator Alcatraz. I think it would have been nice for him to spend some time here. No, but they closed it. Is this closed yet? See this here. All detainees are being transferred to undisclosed location. Following his declaration, said her administration would explore transferring county-owned land to the national parks. Oh, thank God. Please. Requested proof in the sense that the camp was closed in the context of a lawsuit. Oh, so we don't know if it's actually closed. Like anything, Baudrillard, and is Alligator Alcatraz real? Did it happen? Is it happening now? Was it ever real? Did Alligator Alcatraz happen? Is Alligator Alcatraz happening? Will Alligator Alcatraz ever happen? That's crazy. And Iron Hammer's saying, and I remember something about that, right? Doesn't Milo have cancer? Let me check that out. Milo cancer. I feel like, let's see that here. He had a brain tumor, right? Oh, look, this is Laura Loomer when she was talking about him. As an allegedly an illegal alien who was living in California, with Dov Charney, and he's not living in the Rome, Georgia residence of Matt Green doing his dirty work. Milo had what many believe to be a sham marriage with a black man named John to get a visa, and now Milo is allegedly a visa overstay who is violating DHS policy by pushing out Holocaust denial and interfering in our elections by attacking Trump and spreading malicious lies about Charlie. Oh, dude, this is really biting the hands that feeds you. Milo's a notorious drug addict, and I personally believe he is lying about having cancer. He was fired for pro-PDF file comments, and he's allegedly a criminal illegal alien. I'm calling on ICE, Chrissy Nome, DHS, and Tom Homan to deport Milo Yiannopoulos back to the UK. I'm happy to provide. This is the new 1776. This is the new 1776 because, yeah, did he have cancer? I think he said he had cancer, right? Let's see this here. Was it confirmed he had cancer? It was never confirmed. Milo's posted about a possible brain tumor after an MRI showed a dark spot, but he stressed it was unconfirmed. It might not be cancer. So I guess he didn't have cancer, but he definitely looked like he was on something. Let's see. Let's look up some vintage Tucker clips here when he had it. And once again, you can join the Discord to talk about anything you want, guys. We don't have much more. It's just a Friday forum. You can talk about this. You can talk about anything else. Let's see. Are there any clips here of this? Let's see this. Milo Tucker. Any video here? Let's see what this here. Because I don't want to play the whole thing because then we get in trouble. Tucker doesn't like that. Let's see this here.
Are you gay? Were you gay? Like, what is gay? Nobody's gay. In almost every case, and certainly in every male case, it is a trauma response. It is not a sexuality. It is not part of what you are or who you are or a component of your personality. It is a set of behaviors that emerges in people with a number of very easily identifiable common etiologies.
Now, when now that it's further removed, and I think about Milo's statements here, he might have not just been talking shit here. He might not have been boiling in the kettle.
He was whipping up shit in a kettle, boiling shit. Actual shit, like boiling poo in a kettle, bro. The smell, Mike. He was boiling shit in a kettle, bro.
Because he's saying that being gay, maybe that's what we could turn the Tallinn show about. Is being gay real? He's saying it's just a behavior, which is true. It's not immutable and intrinsic necessarily, right? Because you could. Can you stop being straight? This is a good question here. Could I stop being a heterosexual? Because I don't have a desire to be with men. But could you inculcate that desire? And so, I mean, when people go to jail, they become gay, right? But are they actually gay? Because when they leave jail, they're not gay anymore. You know, I will admit, I have the Hispanic gene. So I'm like, you get freaky in jail, you're gay. I'm a little strange. I know there are other communities that are less stringent about it. They go, you're not gay if you do that in this context. But to me, it's pretty gay. But is it gay to have sex with men? This is the Tucker Carlson Show. Welcome to the Tucker Carlson Show. Is it gay to have sex with men if you are a man? Are women gay because they have sex with men? So does that make them gay? Or is it only us that are gay if we have sex with men? He left us with questions. Let's watch a little bit more of this. Some vintage here.
I'd like to sort of have a nudge and a wink kind of relationship with, like, oh, I don't do it, but who's this? Oh, just Jamal. Who's this? That's not the guy that you were with like 3 days ago. Quiet girl. Sorry about her. Like just all that kind of stuff. And men, just the way in which the self-destructive, self-sacrifice, the relinquishment of the will to the most.
What the hell is he talking about? J-Boss is here. Let's get J-Boss on the line. J-Boss, how are you doing? ¿Cómo está?
How are you doing, King Leo? Good. How about you?
I'm doing well. So, can you be gay? Is it gay to have sex with men?
So yes, it goes without saying, but there's something even more atrociously bad. Well, now I've poisoned the well already about this guy that makes me ignore him before his gayness, and you haven't mentioned that yet.
What is it? Tell me.
So before I tell you, do you know the Spy versus Spy comic from the Mad magazine?
That was invented by a Hispanic man, by the way. I think he was Mexican. Spy versus Spy.
A lot of the contributors, I think, to Mad magazine were, I think, Hispanic. I think he's not the only one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Cuban. Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Wow. All right. Yeah, I know Spy versus Spy. Yeah.
So this is a case of Spy versus Spy because Laura Loomer claimed credit for expelling him, right? And Laura Loomer is a tribe woman, so to speak. And guess who else is also of the same tribe? Mr. British, Greek, Jewish man, gay man, I suppose, Milo Yiannopoulos. Exactly. And so this is just Spy versus Spy. That's why it's making the rounds, because the tribe loves talking about themselves. Oh, it's all about them. They're the, what is the syndrome that we talk about nowadays? The main character syndrome. That's what it is. That's why we're all talking about this. It's a complete non-news. It's only news in the sense that it happened, and it hadn't happened before, and so that makes it news, literally. But otherwise, who cares? What is the consequence of this to anyone watching the so-called news? Nothing. So it doesn't matter. It's just Spy versus Spy on the big screen because it's them and they like to talk about themselves. It's completely pointless.
But I don't know, man. I mean, isn't that he has a lot of friends that are not Jewish? Laura Loomer is not Jewish. I know that's your bias, and that's fine. But
wait, Laura Loomer is not?
No. No, but I mean, like, Milo is friends with who? With Gavin McInnes, with Donald Trump, with Kanye, with Fuentes, and Laura Loomer. I don't know much about Laura Loomer. Isn't what is Gavin McInnes saying about this? I didn't even think of that. What is he saying about this?
Yeah, let's see.
So how do you spell McInnes? I don't know how to fucking spell this.
McInnes.
Let's see. Does he have a?
I think. I'm not sure. Maybe it has a G. I don't know.
Okay, let's see that there.
Originally, I don't think it does.
If this, oh yeah, he did say this. If this is the end of Milo, it isn't even his worst enemies have to concede. He was never boring. I do agree with Gavin about that. Milo, you can't say he was a boring guy. He was always saying he was always doing something interesting. But so hang on. Are you saying that from your POV, aren't you saying that that every tribe is friends within it? By your logic, I wouldn't be trying to deport my Hispanic brothers, right? So why would she try to deport him?
Well, because it's like an internal fighting, and he's of the bad guy faction, so to speak, of the tribe. And what he does is all of them do this poisoning the well. They do this relationship with all of other people's tribes, and then they poison their own tribe. So that's why he poses more as a British Greek guy, and everyone first knows about him that way, so that he can ingratiate himself and then be a Gentile in the eyes of the public, but of course pushing his agenda and pushing these bad optics things onto us Gentiles. And so that's why now he goes on to be called, he is for diddling kids, and he's for 1945 revisionism. All the bad things get pinned on him. And so now the good faction of the good guys have won over, you see, because we have expelled the bad faction. And so that's just the infight being played on the big screen.
But are you saying that Milo's not British?
So hold on a second. Iron Hammer is saying he isn't Jewish. Well, his mother is Jewish, and so that makes him Jewish. I'm sorry. Can you ask me again?
Yeah. Are you saying he's not British?
Well, being Jewish overrides it, right? If you're a cosmopolitan, then you're asking me, are you saying he's not British? Well, if you're a cosmopolitan, then you can't be for one country, right? Because it would negate it.
But I can't think of anything more British than being gay. that's this is this is the most British man, that I've seen.
Sure, let's go with that.
I don't look. But did you know about this here? The thing I'm showing here with when the people died in Miami here with you heard about this bridge, right?
Well, I heard about it from the perspective of women engineers, and I've met several women engineers in my life, and all of them were no longer engineers, and so that I think speaks volumes, and it's all about proving to the patriarchy that I can do it. See, I did it for a few years, and then now I'm a psychologist, or now I'm this or that, and so it's not really ever serious, which is why they can't build a serious bridge, because there's no seriousness behind any of these attempts of proving the patriarchy wrong. And so they don't care about bridges. What's a woman that cares about bridges? Show me one. They don't care.
But I will tell you, as someone who lived it close, there were plenty of men involved in this. I don't think the women engineers were the ones that said we don't have to wait for the concrete to dry. If someone says they don't have to wait for concrete to dry to build a bridge, I'm going to be real with you. That sounds like Hispanic behavior. I will admit my people would do that kind of thing. We would try to cut corners that way. I would do that too. That's going to be us. It's not going to be necessarily a woman thing. And there were white men involved, the Florida Department of Transportation. But all right, that's just the bridge. Why would Milo post this? I don't even understand when it happened, and I still don't understand to this day why he did this.
Well, I mean, first of all, it shows that it's with his previous friend, I suppose. But then they fought. But of course, I'm sure that in Israel they're still friends, and I think it's just trying to be the center of attention for anything. I don't think that there's any further deeper message to that. And at the time, it made the news, I think, because I could be wrong, but at least from the channels that I watched, it was because of the fact that women were involved building it. I had never heard about this, settling, not needing to be settled concrete. If I had heard about it, I would have thought about the ancient Romans. They're the ones that were able to do that because they had to build these gates for the ports, and so they had to build underwater.
Oh, wait, that's real? You can have concrete that doesn't need to dry until it's done?
Yeah, the ancient Romans invented that because they needed... Have you played Age of Empires 2?
No.
Oh, man. Okay, so but in Age of Empires 2, you can build these gates, stone gates, underwater. And a lot of people were reacting to that, saying, at the time, right? I'm an old guy now, but... they would say, what the heck is to build gates underwater? But of course, the ancient Romans invented that, and they invented that by being able to put concrete in the water to make these columns, and then the concrete would settle in the water. So it was as if it were waterproof concrete, so to speak. And so, yes, you didn't need to wait for it to settle. That was a thing. And then we lost the formula. And then they discovered again quite recently, I think a few 20 years ago or something, that it was like these pozzolanic material, like from the volcanic ashes that they mixed it in with it.
Okay. But hang on, wait, because we're turning to what you were saying. So you're saying this whole thing is a big show.
Yeah, I think it's just putting themselves, because you see, why have the media? It's so that you can put your people in the forefront and then have them be in the minds of everyone who watches the media, so that when it's time for them to have to say something, then everyone already knows who they are. And so this is just putting themselves out there. If they didn't exist, it would have been Tom and Jerry in that picture.
But I feel like Laura Loomer would want to deport Tucker Carlson and Gavin McInnes and Candace Owens too. What has Milo been up to? Has he been talking against Trump or something? Why is she mad at him? Even theoretically, why is she mad at him?
That I don't know. I don't follow Milo. I only know about him when he goes on the Tim Pool show, which he hasn't gone in a while. But I don't know what he has been doing. Probably just bench warming until he's needed to put some awful message to make Gentiles look bad.
Do you think that Milo? Because my memory of Milo in 2016 was that he actually. I remember a lot of people that became right wing that started off with Milo Yiannopoulos, like normies that found the theatrics and everything. Like this was like I don't know, what would you call this, like Nazi Liberace or something. Like this was a very strange character that I know a lot of people that, because I remember they used to talk about the pipeline or something. I know people that started with Milo and then they went to Gavin and they went to this and that and they ended up being like a Groyper or something like that. So was
Right,
it
so that's
bad for the interests of the right wing?
Yeah, because then he puts people onto the wrong path. You know, the right path for the right wing is that no white guilt guy. I always forget his name. John Kahn. Is it John? I can't remember now. Something Kahn. Kohne. No white guilt. Yeah. And he's the one that has the right message that will make the right work. And so everyone else is just trying to make people not find that guy, because he has studied how the messaging is supposed to be, and so the people like Milo, what is his name? Something Cohn. What is his name?
Jason Cohn.
Yeah, Jason Cohn, exactly, that guy. And so he has a book and he has the right message, and he's all about not hating other people, but actually just putting out a message that centers white people. And so instead of calling things racist or anti-racist, you call them anti-white, for instance. And so everyone who says the anti-white thing, then he makes a big show about it and rewards them and puts them in the forefront to tell people how it actually works. And so he makes an example out of people who use anti-white to show that it actually works, and that even non-white people can use that. Like, what's that pretty politician?
Quick, boss, if you can move
Go ahead.
away from the mic a little bit, or
Sorry, I'm sorry.
no, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, so I'll be here.
Oh yeah.
And there's a pretty politician woman, I forgot her name now, but she is half white and then half Hispanic. You've covered her before, but I'm not going to remember her name
Valentina Gomez, the crazy woman?
now. No.
Anna Paulina Luna?
Yes, okay. Exactly. Wow, you're good. Yes, Anna Paulina Luna.
I know my
and so first,
I know my sisters. Yes. Yeah.
Very good. And so she has recently said that, this and that is bad. I can't remember. It was a bunch of clips in a row about several people. I can't remember. And she was saying, this is bad because it's anti-white. And then Jason Kahn put her up. Exactly. She's so beautiful. And so Jason Kahn put her up and then made a big show about her because of the fact that in the example, he was showing that speaking that way does work to advance the interests of the right wing in a proper way that actually has effectiveness. And so the point, all of this that I'm saying is, the point is the people like Milo and other people like that are put forth to set people astray, to lose people in the weeds of the right wing and put them in the wrong path, so that they start hating other people, so that they think that racism is about hating other people and not ever giving them credit, and never centering white people. And so just talking about these anti-racist, the left is the real racist. Every time that somebody says that, nothing gets accomplished. And so all of these people are doing is just trying to waste the right wing's time and make people be turned into a strategy that does not work for sure, so that we cannot advance our interests.
Well, hang on, because I don't know much about this Jason Cohn guy you're mentioning, but I'm not going to judge him based off a few quotes that I'm seeing here, but I'm seeing this quote here, right? I assume that means the whites, have a special role in the world. There is no Western civ without Western kind, and no other civilization has done more to benefit and elevate humanity. The world needs us to be proud. Blah blah blah. So is your view we just want to be kanging? Like white people should be kanging? Is that what? Samojan, come on, man, he's here. Is this what he's doing? He's kanging? Like that's the right way for the right wing?
Well, kanging is a term for those who have not accomplished anything except in Timbuktu, which, by the way, is in the Sahel. It's not sub-Saharan, sir.
But that
all right.
That now we're moving goalposts. Hang on, wait, because now this really is confusing me. So you're saying that this half Mexican lady is like the white lady that's going to help the world because she.
I'm saying with Jason Kahn's strategy, everyone who isn't white can help us, and understand that we can be helped in that way, because then we're no longer a threat to them.
Okay. With Simosian's here, let's see what Simosian has to say to this here.
Hey, Simosian.
Yeah, so I'm not quite aware of everything else you were talking about, but are you guys talking about Milo Yiannopoulos?
Yeah, we were talking about Milo, and J-Boss was saying that he's kind of like a disinformation agent to make white people look bad.
So so I'm coming back. I'm the unk in this discussion, as you young people like to say. For us older people, means I've been there during the times it happens. Milo Yiannopoulos was pretty popular on the right.
Right.
Like, look back to like the 2012s through the 2016 times, he was really popular. He was kind of one of the big guys against the all-female Ghostbusters. He made a lot of movements there. He made a lot of cultural efforts against other things. He was really popular. So it's really odd that J-Boss is like, he's a disinformation candidate, but that's not how I remember him as. Now, I haven't tracked him since COVID. In fact, all my information comes up to COVID, ends at COVID, and now we're in a new era. So it's really interesting to me because he was a really far right individual, along with like Steven Crowder, Tim Pool, all like a lot of the independent media group. Like I would say Ben Shapiro at the time, he was on there too, and he was well mixed with them. He was making tweets on Twitter, dead naming it, and they were making a big deal. So it's really interesting that during that time he was well accepted, well liked, and now J-Boss is like, no, he's a different disinformation candidate, and that's so weird after a 10-year period that he became that. So J-Boss, just curious, when did he become that in that 10-year period?
And before J-Boss, before you jump in there, that's my memory of Milo. I think Milo played a big role in getting Trump elected the first time, because the era that I remember him being big in was the college debates with Shapiro, not Kirk, and when Crowder was doing stuff like drawing Muhammad. You remember that video?
Who are you asking?
Simosian. I don't know. Simosian, do you remember when Steven Crowder?
Oh yeah, I definitely remember when Steven Crowder went online and drew Muhammad. I thought that was hilarious.
It was. They were really being edgy back then. So yeah, J-Boss, that's the question that I would have too.
Yeah, so you both are proving my point, and I just want to quote CCTV's message to you. You are really right-wing if you have to be inspired by these talking heads. He was only going onto this fake right-wing, which, by the way, Simosian's mention of his list of hosts. I mean, Steven Crowder. I mean, the guy is a Christian, right? And can you be right-wing for white people and be a Christian? No, because it's a universalist religion. Tim Pool is a center-left kind of guy. He always talks about it. Ben Shapiro, come on, we have to be serious. He's not even a Gentile, so you can't be right-wing and not be a Gentile. So none of these people are right-wing. No, you can be that in Israel, but not here, right?
Wait, what's right?
What are these talking points? Like I'm like, so let me get this straight. Like, Steven Crowder isn't good enough because of something he did? Are we doing purity tests like the left? Like, what are we doing? Like, what do you mean?
Because of what he did? No, because of who he is. His religion is universalist, is it not? It's Christianity.
No, bro, I'm an atheist. I don't give two shits what you believe in.
But
no, Steven Crowder. Go ahead.
What is right wing to you? Is it being like the mid-century German? Is that what right wing is?
Yeah.
Everything else is not right wing.
Well, if you're not for the cause of Gentiles, then you are on the other side. You're against them, and then that's the left. So the right is our cause, is the white people's cause, and it's Gentiles' cause. And so Ben Shapiro cannot be that. Universalist religions like Christians cannot be that, and the center-left people cannot be that. So that disqualifies Steven Crowder, Tim Pool, and Ben Shapiro.
But there's like right-wing Hispanics and stuff, in Latin America.
Right, in Latin America, sir. Exactly. Just like Ben Shapiro can be right wing in Israel, but this is not Latin America. The context we're talking about is the United States of America, a country that all nationality acts said was made for white people of good character. And so that's the context. And so for you to be right wing in the United States of America, you have to be a white person of good character. And so center left don't qualify, especially because the civil rights said communists don't have rights, universalist religions don't qualify, and Jewish people don't qualify.
Wait, what about black people? What about the Indians?
They can be right wing in Africa and in Siberia, respectively.
What?
So this is where you lose me. This is where you lose me. Like I'm an American. I wear a uniform and wear it gladly for the Constitution, which says outright in the First Amendment, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of assembly. Second Amendment, freedom to bear arms. Fourth Amendment, no one can be stationed in your house. I don't like. Are you an American, dude? I don't know if you're American because nothing you said is American. I don't know how to describe this more. Nothing you said meets American values or American tradition or American what we have as our stronghold of the fact we can say whatever the fuck we want to your face and then we walk away. You're saying the political parties are divided by not only race, but your gender, your generational ancestors define you. That's not American, dude. We came here for the American dream. We came here to make a better life for ourselves. And you know what? You guys are all young kids. I've been here since the second Jamestown. You're all fucking younger than me. But I will allow it because they made great roads. They France gave us the Statue of Liberty. We did many things. Maybe Bull Run, Kessler's was a little out there, but to tell us that your race defines you as a being just based on who you were born for is too far. That's not the American dream. The American dream is make it for yourself, work hard, do your own effort, and you can succeed in it. And I'm so confused on this. That's not what I was brought up on in conservatives. And it's not like I'm a liberal. I'm a libertarian. I don't give two shits to Democrats. But I was brought up on work hard, accomplish something, earn your pennies, earn your dollars, do and do better. And you're literally saying that you cannot achieve that if you are not born into the right race. Is that your end assumption on that?
And I would add, J Boss, before you respond,
please,
because this is America is fundamentally from the beginning a liberal country. It's barely a Jacobin country in some ways. I don't know if this is true in Europe, but here I don't think that right wing was that from the beginning. I mean, this was a universalist country from the start. I understand that there was an evolution, but they were basically Jacobins.
All right, so now it's my turn. So to answer Simojin's first question, yes, I am American. I'm an American citizen. Second of all, to address both of your points, it was not a universalist country from the beginning. I have not mentioned the American dream whatsoever. You're enmeshing this with the topic, and I don't need to answer that. And the point that I'm making, which I've already made, but you glossed over, is that all the nationality acts until 1924, if I remember correctly, was the last nationality act, were in force until 1965's Hart-Celler Act. And they all said that the United States was a country made for white people of good character. So it has always been non-universalist, and it has always specified which race, for which progeny this country has been for, and it was for white people, according to all the nationality acts, not the American dream, the nationality acts.
But
that's what I'm saying.
Wait. So I assume that when they changed this, it was white people that changed this because it was the white people. So didn't the white people make that decision in America?
Well,
The white
was,
people made the 14th Amendment.
So we're going to go back to Alexander Solzhenitsyn's 200 Years Together. The lesson is that white people are manipulated to doing the bid of the tribe. And Hart Celler, if you look up, I believe that if not just one, both of those people were actually Jewish who passed that law in 1965, canceling the Nationality Acts and making the country no longer for white people.
But like, were Jewish people telling Abraham Lincoln to do that? Because as far as I know, the most prominent Jewish guy in the Civil War was a Confederate.
Yeah, but all of the boats that brought all the slaves to the Americas were actually owned by the tribe, and they say that themselves in their own encyclopedias, and which fact they're very proud of. And so to answer your question in a circumlocuted way, actually it is about the Jews trying to make this into not a white country by bringing people and offering them to be sold here. Yes.
Yo, we got Farrakhan on the line.
Well, he read those books. He read those encyclopedias. Did you?
Okay. What do you have about that, Jim's emotion?
I don't know what history he's referencing. I'm not like a guy who, went through college and high school and read everything book or by book or high school by a high school book. A lot of the stuff I've learned is just because I'm interested in it. And I went and deep dived on YouTube, deep dive into history books, learned a lot of that stuff, and mostly on my own volition. Like, I'm not being forced to make a degree. I don't need to read books. Like, other people can consolidate stuff and make informational conclusions from different points. I have never learned that the Jews created the North Atlantic trade. You also realize that was tied to Britain too. But no one said it was just the Jews. In fact, I think they were universally hated across Europe at the time. They weren't welcome anywhere. They had nowhere to go. So it's fascinating that you're saying that the Jews controlled this trade, both not only the United States side, but the Britain side, France, most of what we consider quote unquote white or European districts. All the Jews just controlled that. I mean, that's wild, man.
Hang on, wait, J-Boss, I have a question, and we're not low-calling. I actually want to know what your perspective is. Okay, I'm not making fun of you or anything. I promise.
You can make fun of me. You can make fun of me. No, there's no problem. I'm not going to be offended.
When did the world stop being white people and it was the Jews that made white people do? At what point in history is there a point where this happened in the not theology? What is in the historicity that you're proclaiming here?
Yes, I can give you the quote actually.
The quote.
Yeah. And so it's and I sent it to you. Bible Believers. Hold on, Bible Believer. Oh, but they put the site out of commission. It was that Reputes page. But even in the times, basically the quote that I'm looking for is even at the times of ancient Romans, Cicero, right? Some people know him as Cicero, but the famous lawyer Cicero and orator, he used to say, he's quoted by saying, quiet, quiet, lest the tribesmen hear us talking about them. And so that means that even in ancient Rome, you could not speak openly about their influence because they already had that influence on people. And then, of course, you have the Hyksos in ancient Egypt, one of the phases of ancient Egypt that have been widely speculated to have been Jews, and then so on and so forth. You can go back thousands of years. So yeah, they've never left us alone. Which is why they're all over the world.
Is your perspective that the Jewish man got his boot on our neck for 2,000 years? It's like a black nationalist perspective for white people.
There's a whole page full of quotes from very learned men from ancient Rome all the way to today, speaking to that effect. So I don't know if the kings have the same kind of imprimatur, the same kind of credits to talk about, to corroborate what they're saying, but we do have the whole history. And that's why, for instance, there was the reform of Christianity, and that's why there was Martin Luther and so on, because they have always been influential.
Wait! Martin Luther put the scripture on the church due to Jewish people?
Are you kidding me, man?
Wait, no, is that what you're saying right now, J-Boss?
Wait, so you both don't know that Martin Luther was all about not liking the Jewish people?
Right. He wrote that book. I'm sorry. I think
Right.
that's what I got. Yeah, that you were saying that he would. So hang on. Wait, because you don't like the Catholic Church. Wait, is the Catholic Church also?
Well, if I had to pick, right, only the SSPX has been talking truth. Everybody else has been avoiding the big 1945 elephant in the room. So as far as I'm concerned, all Christians are extremely coward except the SSPX, which is why they had to be excommunicated.
So is the only government that you like that one, like the German government from the 30s?
Many of the Greek city-states, Roman Republic before 14 BC. What else? Switzerland. That's why all of the elites go there, because they're actually free. There's a few more. Taiwan, of course. There's a few good ones that know what's up.
How would Taiwan know? I'm very curious on this. How would Taiwan know this? Because they have very close communist ties up into like.
No, not Taiwan, right? China has communist ties. Taiwan is the real
Taiwan
Chinese.
does too. And in fact, many of the older people in Taiwan are very close to China. In fact, it's only been in recent years, due to the lessening impact of age, that has drawn less of the Communist Party into Taiwan. In fact, most of the older individuals in Taiwan are very connected to China's not necessarily the Communist Party, but wanting to be with the mainland to continue the legacy of the Greater China. So I'm very confused why you would say that Taiwan has those ties, because that hasn't been even a remotely recent thing until like what, 2020, when you got generations further from the mainland where they no longer have a connection to the mainland. They feel themselves as Taiwan, like Taiwanese. So why would you say Taiwan has a great connection to this?
Well, because the connection that I'm talking about, and by the way, this is a third topic. I have the list here so I don't miss that you're jumping over them, but I'm going to answer you, and then I'm going to ask you to answer the first two topics. So the answer is that Taiwan is the real China and the real Chinese people, as well as the elites in China. They recognize the power of the tribe, and that's why they publish books about how to be more like them. And so they have no qualms whatsoever about recognizing their manipulation and their worldwide domination of other peoples. And so that's my point with Taiwan, because China itself, most of the people have no idea what the heck is going on. But Taiwan are the learned Chinese people, and so they all speak openly about this. So that was the third topic. We don't need to dwell on it. The second topic that I want to, because you were laughing about it, here's some names of the merchant and ship owners of the slaver ships, who were all very willing to give themselves credit in their own encyclopedias. So there's one called Aaron Lopez, a wealthy Sephardic Jewish merchant in the 18th century. There's another one called Jacob Rodriguez Rivera. See how they always put these Gentile names to themselves. Lopez, father-in-law and business partner. He works with Lopez, blah, blah, blah. Isaac da Costa, so another one that has a Spanish name. He's from Charleston, South Carolina. He imported several enslaved African people into the American South. David Franks, look at that, Franks. That doesn't sound Jewish. Haha. Philadelphia, from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, colonial merchant, and then also well, it's not Alexander, it's with a R-E at the end. So Alexandri Lindo, responsible for importing slaves to Jamaica in the 18th century, and it goes on and on. There's a huge list. You can learn about it. But really, what I would like you to address before I let you speak, King Leo, is please make Simojin talk about the Nationality Acts point that I've made, that they were all saying, and you didn't address it either, they were all saying that the United States was for white people of good character. I haven't seen you address any of that, so I'm eagerly awaiting.
Simojin, you want to go first on that?
I'm going to just need to see the historical document because I haven't seen that anywhere in any of the Federalist letters and or the Constitution or the Declaration of Independence.
No, but
those were all after that until 1924. There were at least 3 nationality acts. We could ask AI, hey AI, how many nationality acts were there from what date until what date?
1924. I'm talking about 1700s, man.
Yeah, no, until. I said until 1924. They started much earlier. They were passed several times to confirm that the United States was for white people of good character. There was one, there was another. I can't remember all the dates. I know that the last one was more or less 1924. There were earlier ones, many, a century or so earlier than that. And then throughout the decades, they kept on being passed.
No, I know what I'm aware of what you're talking about, J Boss, but I'm sure they passed this, but if they rescind this stuff and
no, they didn't. It wasn't them. It wasn't the same people. It was rescinded by another people from another country in 1965. So go ahead, feel free to address it.
This is like Deus ex machina here, right? I mean,
no.
William Jennings Bryan was William Jennings Bryan. I think he was like white. He was a white guy. Benjamin Franklin was white, and they were, from the founding, it was a controversy as to how citizenship would be, I mean, maybe not citizenship, right, but how to deal with the problem of a multiracial country with slavery, right?
Right, and the solution was Liberia to send them back, right?
Until they said no, and they said, we're not going to do that. We're going to do the 14th Amendment, 13th Amendment.
No, you keep confusing the day. It's not the same day. Then the court said no, right? It's the different people who had different set of influences. It was not the same group of white people saying, oh yeah, on this second, we should build Liberia. Oh, actually, we changed our minds. It's not the same them. You keep confusing them like that.
But regardless, the 14th Amendment still stands. So it still says birthright citizenship. So ultimately, what does it matter that passed by a congressional amendment and made it an amendment to the Constitution? So regardless of what happened before or afterwards, we have to follow the 14th Amendment.
That's the way that I'm seeing it, J-Boss, too. It's like the amendment was passed, and I think that in 1865, man, it was a lot.
Yeah, it was 1866, and it's not a problem because even after that amendment, the 14th Amendment was ratified. It was we still had nationality acts issued after it in 1924, for instance, if I'm not mistaken. And so it doesn't matter. It was never against the 14th Amendment to say that the country was made for white people of good character. So it's a completely moot point that does not touch the point that I'm making.
But what about black people born after the 14th Amendment that got citizenship?
Well, what about Simojin's take on the freaking nationality acts? I'm still waiting for it.
Well, no, but he said he's not aware of it. We can't.
No. But we can't pretend that it doesn't exist. We know that it exists. I'm not here lying about it. What the heck? The chat would have called me out. So they exist. They said all throughout. Let me go ahead and ask Google how many nationality acts.
No,
nationality
I
acts.
believe you. I don't know.
No, but Simojin apparently does it. I want to get his take. He's like so quiet all of a sudden. I'm really curious. Aren't we here to talk? What is Simojin's take on this topic? We're here to talk.
Give me a space to talk, man. I will talk to it. I'm not aware of it, but it doesn't really apply to much of what we're talking about. Like once the 14th Amendment was passed, it doesn't really matter. And even I know for a fact that there was a lot of shady things we done in this country. You can look at the Japanese, we look at the Chinese, we can look to how we used to view Italians. And Italians were an unwanted commodity in the United States for a long time. We could talk about that. We could talk about the Irish and during their famine, that they weren't wanted. We could talk about a lot of things that this country's done wrong. But my main thing ultimately at the end of the day, it's like we passed the 14th Amendment that said very clearly, if you are born in this country, you are a citizen. That is not a white act. That is, by definition, a black act. That they said the African slaves in the country, or whether they are from the South, are United States citizens. Now, we can talk a lot about what happened after that. I mean, Jim Crow and all that stuff, that's an interesting period to cover. But I'm very confused why you keep saying this country was for the white man, but we keep allowing a bunch of other people here, though we subclass them as slaves. But at the same time, we allowed that to make the country better. So we needed them. So why would we say this is a whites-only country, but we allowed others to be our subservient slaves to make the country better?
I would throw in it, not even just allow, right? Because what happened was, the Arabs, they would cut their nuts off so that they couldn't reproduce, because they were like, we don't want these people to reproduce here, and that's why there's no black people in the Arab world. But in America, even if, let's say J-Boss is right, and no white people were involved in the slave trade, pretty sure white people were buying slaves and using slave labor. So they were even reproducing with them and reproducing that. So doesn't that make you a complicit or endorsing of that system? I mean, unless like they were like, oh, we're just gonna kill all of them when we're done, but they didn't do that.
Politicians are myopic. There's no plan unless we're talking about China, I suppose, right? And so there's no answer to what you're asking. And the relevant naturalization acts, actually, I have been saying wrong. I really thought it was a Nationality Act, but it's because the Nationality Act was after 1952. Oh, no, it was National Origins Act in 1924, Immigration Act. But anyways, the point is, it's all throughout the centuries. I'm going to tell you when they were passed. The first one was in 1790. So for reference, 1776 is the beginning of the country. 1790. Second one, 1795. All of those referenced that the U.S. was for white people. Third one, 1802. All of those are called Naturalization Acts. The fourth one, 1870. So now we're getting pretty close to today. And then the fifth one was 1924. The 1924 one did not say specifically white people, but it simply said that all immigrants are ineligible to citizenship. So it was effectively the same thing, but under a different phrasing. And the 1924 Immigration Act was in force until the 1965 Hart-Celler. So then we have an unbroken in force, in vigor chain of naturalization acts that all specifically said the U.S. was for white people in one phrasing or another from 1790 to 1924. So now, what is Simojan's take on this fact?
But before he gets to that, J-Boss, I would ask you the question. Because the country didn't really start in 1776, right? You said 1790, right? So we had the coup in the form of the Constitution. When was that? 81 or 89?
1776.
No. Constitution was 88. And it went into effect in 89. That was a coup.
Oh, 89? Oh, yeah.
Because before that, it was the Articles of Confederation. So you're talking about things that happened after the country had already deviated from its original plan, right? The original plan was the AOC, and then it became, which was illegal. Like the Constitution was illegal. So does that play into the analysis at all?
I don't know. Does 134 years of confirming the same fact play into your analysis at all?
Right, but they had...
Because from 1790 to 1019, I'm sorry, 1924, from 1790 to 1924, right, that's 134 years. So how does that play into your analysis? I have answered lots of questions. I want to know your analysis of these facts. We're having a conversation.
Well,
You're trying to debate, sir. I'm not trying to debate. I want your point of view. I want Simojan's point of view on these facts that I'm offering you.
First, I would say this.
You're correct. You're correct, sir. I'm sorry. Let's turn it down. You're correct. So your argument is based on the length of time things happen that we should accept them as arbitrary facts. But that's not how science works. Science asks you a question and we debate it and we figure it out. And then we keep trying the same test over and over and to figure out something better. So my question is that we figured out during the Civil War that we did not want slavery, that we were going to put that to rest. And whether you think that's the first Civil War or the third Civil War, that's also another interesting aspect of history. Then we went to the 1920s and we have the Segregation Act of Brown v. Board. And we said, well, we don't want them associated with us. We want to separate the whites from the coloreds, and segregation will be great. And then 40 years later, Martin Luther King marched on the streets and said, I have a dream. And I believe all people are created equal and we all should have equal rights. And so then after that, we had the Civil Rights Act where we made stuff better. So I don't think any time of a previous thing, however long it lasted, doesn't mean it was right. It just means it lasted that amount of time. That doesn't mean anything in the terms of discussion. It just means it lasted a while. Okay, so we fought in medieval times with swords and shields and breastplates, and then we invented bows. And then we invented gunpowder, and that changed warfare. And then we evolved that. And then we had trebuchets, and we evolved that. Warfare has evolved, much like our politics have evolved. And we have to look at those things and be like, okay, so we had this understanding of government, and we tried this X, Y, Z, and A, and then we evolved through each step until we got to a point where we said, as humans, are we going to judge each other on the color of our skin, or are we going to judge each other on the accomplishments they can do as an individual? And we said, we will make it individualized. We will judge you on what you can do as a human. And then we changed everything in the 1965s. And so I don't really care how long things have lasted in the past. Much like if I told you, why aren't you using a bronze sword in the medieval age? Well, you evolve and progress past that, and you evolve and update everything past that. Much like warfare, it's very tied together, much like tactics. And as we get into the 19th century and the 20th century, stuff is evolving much faster, much quicker. You start at the beginning of the 19th century, we were walking in formations and shooting each other with guns. You go to World War I, we get artillery, gas masks, we get the nerve toxins, we get trench line warfare. We go to World War II. We now have fast moving tank lines going through the Nordans, and then they evolved into heavier tanks and then airplanes, and then Japan hit Pearl Harbor. We evolved past all that. Then we go to the Koreas, we go to the Vietnams, we go to nuclear age and that age, and now we're in the post 9/11 age, and now we have the post, I guess, COVID age. Time frames change, knowledge change, understanding of each other change.
I would add too that just because they passed those acts does not make them consistent with what was declared initially, right? And whether those people realized it at the time or not, you kind of made a certain government, a certain way of government that you were, because the common law doesn't, at least in England, it never really made an exception for slavery. They only did that for America. So you can pass all these acts, but if you're basically a left-wing country, which is what America was from the beginning in my view, because it was liberal, then you were going to head in this direction, and you could do this like revanchism, or not revanchism, like this revisionist stuff, or like, trying to stop it. But once you declare all men are created equal, or in France, like the Declaration of the Rights of Man, it's like when Napoleon tried to take back Haiti to reinstitute slavery. Well, you guys already had this change. You decided, hey, we want to do this freedom thing. And if you pass a naturalization act, it would be like if you, I don't know, if I said, I don't eat candy. And then I passed a law and said, like, Hershey's is not candy. And then later on we go, actually, that law was bullshit because we founded it on we don't eat candy. How would that be inconsistent? I think it's more consistent with the original vision.
All right. So first, to address what Simojin said, his whole argument is basically that it's outdated, which I suppose that is the soul or the bread and butter of being a progressive. And so if you're simply a progressive, I'm not going to be able to convince you. You think that as the times go by, then people change. I would simply say that you're still thinking that the same people who thought at first what I'm defending then changed their mind. And it wasn't that, because, we know that because it happened only in white countries, that all the white people changed their mind and they said, oh, we no longer want to be exclusive in our countries, and Europe is for everyone, and Australia is for everyone, and the US is for everyone, but all the Asian and African countries, they're still for themselves. And so that means that it wasn't us, the same people who were passing these naturalization acts, who actually all of a sudden changed our minds and decided, oh, actually we want everybody else because they're all equal. It wasn't that. So the point is that we were pushed onto this. And by the way, I brought this up at first to address what you were saying, that Simojin, that you said that the United States was never about white people. It was always universalist and the American the American dream and so on. And then I showed you these naturalization acts to counter that claim that the United States was never like that. And so then you did a Mott and Bailey and fled to the easier to defend the argument that, well, yeah, but if they were like that in the past, then it doesn't really matter because things change. Well, sure, okay, but that's another argument. At first you said that the United States was never like that, which is why I offered the Naturalization Act, and then now you fled to the castle in the hill in the Mott and Bailey metaphor, and then defended yourself at that point. So it's very simple fallacy. Go ahead and study the Mott and Bailey. Now, to address King Leo's
I know the Mott and Bailey. My point is, you already, I don't know why you said Mott and Bailey. I made my point clear that I believe in progressivism, which I believe people evolve and change, and things change. And so then I'm not Mott and Baileying that. I'm not.
You are, because the first claim
and then defending it. I'm saying people change throughout the years, and that was make progressive changes based on what we know, and we update them based on our new knowledge. So I'm very confused where I said I was Mott and Bailey. I'm not saying anything crazy, or at least I don't believe I am. Maybe I am. But I'm not trying to run back to defend a more sensible point. My point has been that we progress through human knowledge, and we progress through time, and we get more smarter every year. We grow our technology every year. We grow our military resources.
Yeah, but that's the Mott. But your Bailey was that the United States was never like that. Remember that argument that you made at first? And so whatever happened to that argument? Because then argument, I presented this.
Well,
I presented the Naturalization Act.
Okay, so
so you were wrong. So you were wrong then. So you were wrong.
Wait,
what? Charlie Kirk here.
Wait. So they initially made changes and then they changed them later. How is that different from what I'm saying in progressivism?
No, because that's the Mott. I don't care about the Mott. I care about the Bailey. You started by saying the United States was never like that. And so then I said it was for 134 years, from 1790 to 1924. And then to that you said, things change.
But again, and then how do we deal with the Native Americans? Did we ally with them? Did we do stuff with them?
So you keep asking me questions, but you never answer my questions. I'm happy to answer your questions, but what about your first claim, sir? Sir, what about your first claim?
They discouraged some immigration. I'm not disagreeing with that. But
you disagree that the United States was ever about this. You disagree that the United States was ever for white people.
Was it in any of the originating documents? Where is it at in the Constitution, the Bill of Rights?
It was after the Constitution for 134 years.
That's not initial. I said initially. That's
no,
not.
You didn't say initial. That's another Mott.
No, but come on. Let's be generous, because that's my point. I agree with Simojin. It's not in the founding document, which is the one that we are supposed to be consistent on, supposedly, right? That's the one that's
So what's a foundation, King Leo? It's something on top of which we build. And so if the Constitution is the foundation, then on top of that came 5 naturalization acts that I just quoted you, spanning 134 years.
you're building the structure on top of the foundation. The foundation was there. You're building the structure on top of it. So yes, you're right. They made those natural relations on top of a foundation. I don't disagree with that. But to say that they are part of the foundation is not right. The foundation is the Bill of Rights and the Constitution.
Right, but this foundation talk is just the third mod that you just created, because I never said foundation. I said that the United States was for white people, and then you said no, and then I proved it to you that it was indeed for 134 years.
Anything. I keep what are you proving to me, dude? Like, all right. I'm getting
existence.
Let me draw back.
Hang on, because people are saying this is a debate. This is a debate, guys.
And the Bill of Rights, there is nothing outside of those, right? So you're saying the further actions they did in the 30 years afterwards, they built stuff on top of that. But that's not a foundation. That is them building a structure on top of it.
All right. Okay. And so if your mod now is that it wasn't in the Constitution, then you win, Simogen. It wasn't in the Constitution. Now let me move on to address King Leo's point, because I never cared if it was in the Constitution. I always referenced Naturalization Acts, which I was incorrectly calling them Nationality Acts. Go ahead, King Leo.
You should care that it's in the Constitution. You actually should, because, and this is, I think, Simogen, because of the military background, like this is the only weapon you have to do things in the U.S. at least, right? It is just the Constitution. You can't really do anything else without it. Because you're saying, that this is an American thing, right? That this is you're saying it's a Western thing, like that someone declared that Europe was for everyone. No one has ever declared that, as far as I'm aware. Does any European country have jus solis, or they're all jus sanguinis, right?
No. But the whole of the European Union has declared that when they booed the most recent law passed for processing these asylum seekers, quote unquote, outside of Europe. Everyone booing them are essentially declaring that Europe is not for white people. But again, let me address the point that you made, and then we can move on to these other things. You made the point that because the United States said that everyone is created equal, every man is created equal. Well, let's go into that a little bit, because what is equal about white people not having countries exclusive for themselves and every other race having countries exclusive for themselves? Tell me.
Does any country in their constitution, or whatever their constitution is,
no, de facto doesn't matter. No, most countries don't even have constitutions. De facto, every other country who isn't European, exactly the point that I'm making. Everyone in Asia assumes naturally that their country is for themselves. Everyone in Africa assumes naturally that their country is for themselves. Every wolf assumes naturally their area is for themselves. Every bear, every animal. And so why is it that white people cannot have this same right?
All right. This is where my producer would rip his hair out, okay? Because let me do some kanging for you, okay? The thing that white people discovered with Montesquieu and all these people is how to break the tribalism, because the tribalism, the clannishness, it just leads to Somalia. And so are you trying to denigrate the greatest invention that the white man gave the world, something that we aspire to everyone has to pay lip service to it because it is so romantic and aspirational? Are we going back to clans and we're gonna fight each other with clubs and stuff like that? Is that the ideal? Did we lose?
Sorry, no, I'm here. So tell me what part of the white culture fostered universalism onto the world. Tell me what part of it.
Montesquieu, Robespierre, Locke. Who else have we got? There's definitely people from the Spanish Enlightenment.
So what were the arguments? What was the philosophy or religion?
Dude, I think they were mostly atheists. I mean, they were deists.
Or Catholic.
Or Catholic, some of them. But Montesquieu wasn't Catholic. I think he was an atheist. And who's the guy who wrote Candide? Is that Voltaire? All these people, this is what they did. They're like, let's break out of this tribalism. This isn't letting us ascend. And when they did it, they built the most successful countries in the world, right?
So what was Montesquieu's argument against tribalism?
Man, now I'm on the spot. Now I'm on the spot.
Why do we remember the Alamo?
Montesquieu. First of all, let me confirm here. He was French. Okay, don't come at me with early life checks. Okay. Let's ask the bot. Let's ask the bot. What was Montesquieu's arguments? Let's say against tribalism, as well as other European. I'll even throw it in here. White philosophers that made arguments like this, like Locke. And this isn't a debate. We're not doing ChatGPT to prove someone's right. We're talking here, okay? Locke, let's throw in Robespierre, etc. All these guys, what were they saying? Let's see this. This is interesting. I haven't seen this in a long time. In Enlightenment and early modern political philosophy, tribalism was understood through related concepts, which was factionalism, sectionality, particularism, and the state of nature. European philosophers opposed the tribal mindset, defined as blind loyalty to a subgroup, family, sect, or region, over universal reason and the public good, because they viewed it as a root cause of civil war, corruption, and tyranny, which they were right about. Montesquieu, particularism versus universal order. Montesquieu framed his critique of tribalism around the tension between particularism, subgroup interests, and institutional balance, the threat of factionalism in republics. In the spirit of laws, Montesquieu argued that small republics rely on, quote, virtue, the prioritization of the public interest over private or tribal ties. When citizens fracture into tribes or factions, civic virtue breaks down, private interests usurp public duties, etc., etc. John Locke said, the problem of self-judging. In the second treatise of government, Locke argued that in a state of nature, humans are bound by natural law, but their main downfall is partiality. When conflicts arise, individuals naturally side with their family, clan, or tribe because people act as judges of their own disputes. Tribal loyalty leads to escalating revenge and perpetual instability. And I think, yeah, then we have Robespierre as well, but I know you're not going to like Robespierre too much. But, I mean, this is what I learned when I was looking at the Enlightenment back in the day, was that these guys were like, this is stupid. Why would we continue with this system? This is just going to lead to more civil wars, more issues. And they wanted to throw off this shackle, this yoke of tribalism. Now, you can disagree with them, but, you know, these are the white guys that set the tone for the next 300 years.
Yeah, so ChatGPT is telling me that there's also several philosophers on the other side. And so how is that really ultimately...
Because Montesquieu won. Because Locke won. They won.
So then we go back to the point that I always make. They only won because of the influence of certain tribes that push all these laws. Again, the hard seller is another fact that you both have not addressed, that it was not passed by people with self-interest, by the same people, the British foundational people that founded the United States. It was passed by these tribes people from other countries who did not want the United States to continue being the way that they were. And so that's the people who actually won. And then, of course, in hindsight, we can point to Robespierre and we can point to Montesquieu as, oh, they were the foundational influence. But in the end, they had to come all the way from the Middle East to pass some hard seller act in 1965 to actually win. Because otherwise, before that, they weren't winning anything. They were just books in libraries.
But is there anything that you perceive as negative that was not done by this group?
Wait, that's... Can you rephrase that without a double negative?
Is there anything that was not bad that was done by someone other than the group that you're mentioning?
So is there anything good that was done by Jewish people?
But did they do anything that was not bad? Is what I'm... Because it seems like you're blaming them for everything bad. Everything bad.
Well, I'm always curious about why is it that, you know, we all look up to them, but the one lesson we don't take from them is their extreme tribalism. Why is it that we never take that lesson? Because in the I don't know if and let me make sure that I'm correct, but I'm pretty sure the Likud in Israel is right wing. Is the Likud?
Yeah, the Likud is right wing. For sure.
Okay, so thank you. So why don't we?
Because I'm actually Israeli. No, I'm kidding.
Okay, so that's another thing. Why don't we look up to them for that, for instance? Why don't we look up to them for their wives having an AK-47 when they bring their kids to school and back. And sure, because they're constantly under threat. Well, we're constantly under threat over here. We're killed 30,000 times by Africans in the United States and all over Europe.
You want me to look up to a war zone in the middle of the desert that has never had peace as the way we should be doing? Because I'm like, I don't know. Man.
And
I agree. Like, why don't we look to our own schools? Like, how many shooters go into schools nowadays in the United States? How many of them are white? The vast majority.
Well,
but I think
they're under the influence of pharmaceutics, right?
Are pharmaceutics them too?
That's the excuse. And feud, like mental health, that's the reason we just didn't give them enough drugs. Like, that's the excuse. But I will say, J-Boss, I do agree with you that I do not particularly like Israel. We are coming at it from two different sides. I believe there is a genocide going on in the West Bank and Gaza. Whether we agree on that is a different subject. But I think let's tie it all back in. Ultimately, there's a lot of stuff going on. Whether we necessarily agree how the United States was structured and the involving stuff happened, that's it's a good discussion. But ultimately, what is the point of this discussion? Because I think we missed it. We got to tie it all back in. This is ultimately about Milo Yiannopoulos being arrested by ICE.
Oh yeah, J-Boss was saying that. Wait, before we do that, really quick, because I want to address this. And I know it was a side point. I'm not holding you to it. J-Boss. But Taiwan province, as it's known in reality, was a great replacement of the native Taiwanese people. Okay, so what about that? Okay, what about you admire Taiwan? They great replaced the indigenous Taiwanese.
The indigenous Taiwanese were which race? Can you refresh my memory? I never knew, by the way.
Yeah, dude, what do you think they just showed up and it was empty? No, they stole everything from the Chinese mainland and they brought it there and they killed most of these people, natives. Yeah.
Tell me.
The Rukai
because as far
people.
Okay, so aren't they like Southeast Asian also?
Dude, like I think the KMT killed a lot of these guys, man. Like they really did fuck them up. Because there was a huge problem when they showed up. They were like, "You guys can't be doing this." Like their population has gone down consistently.
Oh, so they were basically the same people.
They were not Chinese.
Well, I mean, because Chinese is all involved nowadays, but genetically they probably cluster together, wouldn't they?
Well, let's ask AI. That's a good question. Are the natives of Taiwan
genetically the same? Genetically the same. Yes.
How can I say? I'm going to say this bias. The foreign invaders that fled China.
Yes, they are. The simple answer is yes, they are. Nominally, they mixed together after they left China after the World War II.
So that's the answer. The answer is brother wars. We should all avoid it, but as far as a measurement of how bad it is to take another people's land, they're the same people, and so they just won.
Austronesian.
Of course, they're non-Han. Oh, they're Austronesian. Okay, so with the Austronesians, I don't even think that they have a Timbuktu of their own to say that they ever had written laws. So I don't think that they ever gave a single step towards civilization. I think they invented a boomerang and stopped there.
I'm sure we can Kang for them. Wait, let me ask you. What did they have in Taiwan for the Han? Let's check that out. Did they have anything cool? I'm sure they had something. Let's see this here. Before large scale, Taiwan was home to a thriving indigenous Austronese society.
Thriving. Oh, that settles it.
They had lowland plain dwellers, highland forest dwellers. They had they ate millet, rice. I'm confused. You're justifying this great replacement, Taiwan was under massive maritime trade networks.
Let me justify an even bigger one so you can understand where I'm coming from. Basically, in 3000 BC, a bunch of Russians invaded all of Europe, and they gave birth to the people who I am today. And so I bet if they are smart, these native peoples, or however partially they have remained in Taiwan, if they're smart, they should be happy that they were conquered by a people who were more advanced than they are.
So shouldn't the whites be happy that they were conquered by these other people?
No, because they're not more advanced. But white people in Europe in the Bronze Age in 3000 BC, right after, they should be, as I am today. I am telling you right now, I am happy that these Yamnaya Russians from pre-3000 BC came into Europe and showed us how to move civilization forward. But none of these asylum seekers are bringing doctors and engineers. They can't even build a bridge that stand a few days like these women did. They're not more advanced than us. So no, we should actually pair them out and fight against their invasion. But otherwise, if they were more civilized than us, then yeah, we should welcome them.
Should the whites, should they invade the Amazon and South Centennial Island right now, and the people there should be grateful because the whites are coming with better technology?
Actually, I will answer that question to you because you're going to have to admit to this. But I'm pretty sure that you're very well aware that lots and lots of people in all of these Latin American countries have a commonplace thing that they say, that they wish that the United States would invade their country. Don't they?
We call those coons.
Nah. There you go. There you go.
For the white man.
Thank you. Exactly. Thank you for admitting it. So that's my point. It makes my point. Go ahead, Simojin.
Yeah, but Alberta has 20% of the population that believes they should invade them and take them over, and they should join the United States. Is that a significant part of the population to us to take Alberta for 20%?
If they can help us, it's all about the point of being more civilized is that you can win an actual war of that kind. And so if 20% is enough, then yes, then it should happen. That's the answer.
So you want to bring hell to people. That's what you want. You want to bring them McDonald's and the Best Buy call line and Dunkin' Donuts to Native Americans in the Amazon who are just chilling right now. Yeah, they have ringworm, but they don't have to think about taxes or economics. They're chilling over there. You want to bring hell to them.
Yes, I do.
Dude, you are a child of Yakub, straight up, man. Like, you are Yakub in here. Like, this is two pieces of steel. What is this? This is.
Well, I'm saying what it is. You guys are asking questions and I'm answering. That's it. That's what I believe.
You can't be a petty nationalist and also this, and you're kind of a petty nationalist.
Well, we can. That's why a lot of people welcomed Germany in the 1930s and 1940s when they were expanding. That's why people welcomed them, because they knew that they were the heart in every way, including industrially, to the chagrin of the British. I love you, British, but come on. And so that's why they were welcomed.
Let me guess. When they threw them out of Czechia and Austria, that wasn't the white people there. That was someone else after the war.
So the foundation, the actual politicians who were doing that might have been white people. But let's go back to the foundation of those decisions. It was a kangaroo court known as the Nuremberg trials, which I don't know if you have watched, but it's one of the best comedies you can ever watch.
Yeah, but they lost, though, right? So they lost.
Politically, yes.
I'm not. I'm going to entertain this. I'm fundamentally not going to entertain this. I have my grandfather's audio tapes. He went through D-Day. He went through the Dragon's Teeth in France and through the vine fields. I will post them for Reddit. And you guys, on Veterans Day, you can listen to his tapes as he went through those events. I am not going to entertain anything that the death camps are not real. I will not entertain it. My grandfather saw firsthand what he went through. And
hold on a second. No, that's not fair because I can't defend the other side. I'm not allowed to. I'm not going to accept that you defend that side if I cannot defend my side.
I have a first-hand account of my grandfather
but I also have first-hand accounts that I cannot cite. But Simojin, I'm not allowed to cite the first-hand accounts that I have.
I'm not, like, I will show you the tapes. You can listen to my grandfather talking through his
Okay, so that's one tape. So
it's just his one take. We shouldn't account for first-hand experiences event that none of us in this group chat have ever experienced.
But I would throw in really quick, J-Boss. Hang on. Do you think that America should have lost World War II?
They would have won if they did not fight against them.
Okay, but they're in it. If they're in it, do they have to win it?
Not kinetically. If they lost kinetically, we would have won tribally. Now we are in the loss. We lost it now. Look at the country. And compare it to then. That's a loss. Okay? And by the way, you're not going to... I'm sorry, but look, Steven Spielberg has a whole project. I can't say these things on YouTube, Simojin, but go ahead and look at all the tapes from Steven Spielberg. He filmed the people who were in those places. That's all I can say here. And none of them said that anything bad happened. On the contrary, they said that good things were happening to them. That's all I can say here. You have one tape. Steven Spielberg filmed everyone that he could find, and he could not find a single person. He could not find a single person. He could not find Simojin. You keep interrupting me. Just why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me?
Because you don't make any sense, dude. The Russians found the camps first. They described what they found first.
We can't talk. We can't talk about these things.
We definitely can't go here on YouTube.
You can't say those words, Simojin. You can't say the word with the C.
How have you not been arrested by the EU for saying this stuff?
Because Spain doesn't have those sissy laws.
Is that why you're not in Switzerland? Because they have those?
No, Switzerland, it's not true. The way the Wikipedia, if you read Wikipedia, you will see it's not actually, you can say those things in Switzerland, but you cannot say them in Portugal, you cannot say them in France, you cannot say them in Germany, but Spain does not give a crap. We can say whatever we want.
All right, well, I don't know.
Bro, it's simple economics. How many people got surrounded by Russians from the Germany in Barbarossa? 300,000, 400,000, 600,000. Another 600,000, another 400,000, another 600,000. All the way up to Stalingrad. We know that they captured almost 4 million Soviet prisoners of war who didn't make it back to their country. Where did the 4 million Soviets of prisoners of war go? To nothing?
So I suppose
the death camps and the Jews.
Don't say those. You can't say those words, dude.
Yeah, they won't let you do that.
You can't say those words, man.
No, but he doesn't know. He doesn't know. It's all right. It's all right. It's just YouTube.
So, all I'm saying, Simojin, is if you're right, then Steven Spielberg is just like this clumsy guy who's trying to make a project to defend the history of his people, and all of a sudden he can't find anyone who agrees with you. You know, he's just going through everyone, and he just can't find a single person who was victimized. I mean, it's a comedy.
No, a single person not victimized? How many Russian and Ukrainian and Slavic people have come out with media and detailing the ravages through the Operation Barbarossa alone?
Right, and Steven Spielberg just
Frau Brau and Frau Brau too.
And like, millionaire.
Why aren't we talking about those?
Millionaire Steven Spielberg could not find a single one of them.
Yeah, but
I don't care about that. I'm talking about the Slavic people. Tell me, when they invaded through Operation Barbarossa and they conquered all that land, there was nothing done to the civilized populations. They didn't do anything to them. They didn't harm them. They didn't capture the 300,000s in multiple pockets, and they just somehow disappeared and never made it back to Soviet lines. These almost 4 million men just disappeared in the operation until Frau Brau, and then they went up to Stalingrad, and they fought through Stalingrad, which had almost 16 million casualties. What are we even talking about? That's basic, even military history.
So those numbers are from the Soviets, correct?
Oh, so we shouldn't count Slavic numbers?
So what is the answer to my question? Is that a yes then?
Oh, so Slavs don't have a voice. Okay, so they're not white either. Okay, got it.
Well, I was asking, where did those numbers come from? How do we know that it was 4 million?
Those numbers come from, actually.
because they're also they're Germans because they counted the people too. And we
Of course, it's always the story, right? Because they keep meticulous records, right? Where are those records? Have you seen them?
But that is.
Yeah, I have. You can go through World War II history by war, week by week. They go through and they have diaries of German.
Yeah, and they have a document with 4 million lines.
Salvics, and they talk about the war and they talk about everything going on. Like, I don't like. So you know better than historians that covered World War II. They don't know those answers, and they didn't research those in detail.
Actually, yes. Actually, yes, I do know that because I have actually read their books. The people who studied the World War II, and most of them actually say that those numbers cannot be confirmed. I can actually quote historians to you, Raoul Hilberg being one of them, and he says that most of these numbers can never be confirmed and must be estimated based on how do they say it? Word of mouth. What is the word? Testimonials. And so basically, he and also what's his name? Yihak, and there's a third one that it's escaping me. But a lot of people that I have read, they all say the same thing. All those numbers have to be relied on the accounts of the testimonies, and none of them can actually be confirmed. But the only one that I have seen that can be confirmed is that by that group, something group, and I forgot what it's called, because they actually kept records that we have. But otherwise, many of those records that you say that were kept were never kept.
Confirmed. The only the ones you know that can be confirmed. So all the others that don't confirm your own beliefs don't exist or aren't confirmed. But the ones you know and you confirmed, they're true. No, dude, that's not how history works.
Yeah, it is actually. It's about documents that they can find.
But Jay Boss, I would to back up Simosian here. I would say, isn't German record keeping and Soviet record keeping the reason we know that Kaitan was done by Stalin and not the Germans, as was thought during the war?
Is that forest massacre?
Yeah.
So, yes, that is one case that I think we actually have the documents. And by the way, when that example, those documents were kept by those people at the line of action. And so it wasn't like some bureaucracy in the central government that was putting things down. And so everything has to be managed by those localities. And so you have to then go to those documents from those stations, let's put them that way. And guess what? None of those documents actually survived. When people say it's the most documented event in the world, those documents actually don't exist. What we have and the reason for them to
no, but hang on, because let's stick to the Soviet thing. Hang on. So how many Soviets do you think died in World War II?
Well, by whom? Whose hands?
I mean, they just fought the Germans, right? They didn't even really fight.
Exactly. So from the fighting and also from the gulags, tens of millions. But how are we going to know which one is which? I mean, the Germans did not kill tens of millions of Soviets, right?
I think they did.
Yeah, they did, dude.
Okay, and how many were killed by the gulags, Simosian? How many were killed by the gulags?
2 million Germans died in Operation Barbarossa. They more than killed at least 8-1 in that conference.
Right, it says here that the Wehrmacht, I mean, it's going to be obviously Gemini, so it's a consensus, right? But it says the Wehrmacht killed like 15 to 18 million Soviet civilians through famine, forced labor, and then military and prisoners of war. I assume this is going to be super accurate, right? Are you going to contest this one? Military and prisoners of wars? Because I assume that they, I don't know. I think they probably kept records of that, right? They're running
the contesting, let me be detailed here. The contesting is based on the fact that those are estimates. And by the way, if you actually go deep into this, you're going to find that there's a whole roster of historians, and their estimates span very, very tiny numbers in the hundreds of thousands, all the way to very, very big numbers, next to 100 million people. And so then let's put that into perspective, because when you get these numbers from these AIs, oh, it's 7 or 8 million. So really, we can only be off by a few million. It's not that at all. Estimates vary widely. And I'll tell you one other thing. Many of these genocides from way back in the day, like thousands of years ago, hundreds of years ago, it's only with much time between them and us that politically we're allowed to then do more investigation. And guess what? The numbers are usually revised downwards, not upwards. And so we have to also keep that in mind, that there's a recency shock that makes us want for those numbers to be big, but soberly, after many decades and centuries, when we're finally able to investigate it more openly, we find out it wasn't actually that many.
Wait, so would you say that World War II wasn't like the biggest war in history then, and we just exaggerated the numbers of not civilians, of troops killed and all that?
So let me answer it this way. First, yes, but why? Because historians, when they write those books about those events, they themselves say that they are forced to estimate those numbers based on testimonials, on what people say happened, what people say that they saw happen, and there's not actually a treasure trove of documents to go through, much less on the Soviet side. But then again, also there aren't many on the German side, because they burned their own stuff. And that's why only what survives are these satellite operations that actually went. So is the implication that it was because that they were actually doing it?
If I'm burning documents and there's a tax accountant outside from the IRS, I think he's going to draw a conclusion there.
So the lack of evidence is evidence.
Fire. I don't know.
I'm done. So let me draw this to another theater of war. There was actually a recent PhD documentary on the amount of actual physical goods by the Japanese moved from 1934 to 1944. Because after that they lost records, and they found that 95% of all steel that Japanese received actually came from the Americans. We actually built all their aircraft carriers and their battleships. That's where all the steel came from. And they actually tracked all the merchant shipping from all the different locations from 1934 to 1944, and we could track all the Japanese shipping, because they all came to the United States and bought it, and then we could track everything else. So, no, we have records of all these things. We can accurately track what they were doing leading up to the war and during the war. We know America literally supplied the steel and equipment that they would literally fight us with. So, no, I don't buy any of this. We don't have records. This isn't the 1800s. This isn't the 1700s. This is literally the 1920s. We have records of everything built. We can track everything they did. We can track the British experiments and for the decoding of the Enigma machine. We can track the development of the nuclear bomb. We can track all the movements of all Americans. We have the tracking of all the 182, 187 movements of all the movements of them through North Africa, up through into Italia, up to the belly of France, up through the invasion of Normandy. We can track all that. We have all those documents. We can track what they did in other planes. This isn't like, oh, well, maybe they're lying a little bit and they're fudging the numbers. Well, even if they are, ultimately, we can still track based on the number of men and the equipment sizes and the army sizes. We know approximately what a Russian battle group and company and army should be supplied with and should have. And maybe they might be a little light on some of this stuff. That's fine. Maybe they don't necessarily have all the numbers, but they should effectively have what we would say on the grid square, looking at Pego squares when we're doing our military planning and military operations, what they would have. So we know what technically what they should have. We know what theoretically they should have. We can make a difference between the two, but it doesn't exchange that. It's not something crazy. The fact that there wasn't hundreds of millions killed in Operation Frau Blue or Operation Barbosa. We know, based on mathematical geography and the numbers deployed there, how many should be there because they exchanged knowledge. It's not like the Soviets were sitting over here not exchanging information with the Allies. They sent us their needs. That's the reason we had the land lease program. We gave them a shit ton of tanks. Do you think we did Operation Kursk and that battle? Like a third of the tanks were like British Churchills and Shermans. That's the majority there. The rest were undergunned T-34s with the undergun and a lot of like T-17s. Like
Simogen.
How the battle progressed. We have the documentation of the Germany kills and what they killed. We have the Russian documentation from all the generals. We know how the battles went and gone. So no, dude, I'm not going to take your whatever general stuff. I've researched military history. We know what we did. We can look at what we did. I don't care of your alternate reality. There is historical fact that's covered by a dozen people, and they have covered it in numbers. And sometimes the numbers are wildly varying, but there is a set bottom tier and a set top tier, and we can look at the two and come to a middle ground, and they all make sense.
Okay, and so first of all, you're making a category error that, and by the way, it's very interesting. I appreciate that, but documenting metal being sold is something completely different from documenting what everybody knew at the time would in the future be categorized as war crimes. So you're not actually incentivized to be as meticulous when you're selling metal as when you're committing war crimes. So nobody is going to have the incentive to be
in that time point. So why would we document them?
I'm sorry. Who's doing the war crimes? No, this is implied, and we don't know because there's no.
But they weren't around. There was no war crimes then. We didn't document them.
That's what I'm saying. That they're not documented.
Yeah, I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing war crimes. I'm arguing actual men died or captured on the battlefield. We have documents for those.
Sure, that's fine. Okay, so but. Then the documents say whatever they say with regards to how many soldiers killed how many other soldiers. And so what is your point with that?
Because we can document how many people were captured based on the amount they should have been fielded with, whether or not they were undergunned or not. So we can document how many they captured, which meant basically on pure facts, we can document the Operation Barbosa had about 1 to 2 million Germans killed based on documents, and a company maybe 8 to 10 million Slovaks killed. We can just estimate that on the same facts going either way.
So again, if there are documents documenting the things that are not war crimes, soldiers killing soldiers, then let the documents speak for themselves. I was mainly arguing, and I think the Caton Forest is widely considered to be some sort of a war crime. I could be mistaken, but that's why people bring it up.
It was smart, but it was a war crime.
So that's why people bring it up. And so that's, I think, I thought, Simogen, was the point here, is I'm not trying to deny what is actually documented in terms of soldiers killing soldiers in a war engagement. What I'm saying is that when these historians estimate these war crimes, because of the nature of the event, then they actually don't have the paperwork to go with it. And that's why they need to do estimates. Do you also disagree with that?
So what I'm saying is that when Operation Barbosa went off, we know.
So was that a war crime or not? Was that a war crime or not?
It's not a war crime.
Okay, so that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about then. So answer about war crimes.
It was kind of a war crime though, because they had the treaty.
It's not a war crime at the time. What you
No,
did
no.
of war was not a war crime.
There were no war crimes at the time, sir. That's all post World War II, dude.
In the pockets, they captured hundreds of thousands of them. They captured nearly 8 to 10 million Slavics that then Germany took back somewhere, and they never returned.
No, you can't capture millions of people. You can't capture millions of people. Tell me how it's done. Oh, tell me how, please. Tell me how, logistically.
Watch World War II history.
No. That's not an answer. No. Why don't you tell me? How do you capture 4 million people? Go ahead.
Yeah, so you do Operation Barbarossa. You catch the Soviets by surprise. You do pocket after pocket. You're not capturing million peoples all at once. You're capturing a 30,000 army at one point. Then you have Operation North A.
And so you take 30,000 sized bites, and they never realize what's happening, right? You just tell them that they're going to go take a shower. You tell them that they're going to go take a shower.
$300,000 bites. In fact, I think the biggest ever record capture is 600,000 in the Army Group Center.
Well, if there are documents for that, then you're correct, and I have no problem with that.
I'm just like we can watch World War II day by day with the start of Operation Barbarossa. We can do it. It's fascinating. Trust me, they went across the lines and they captured them into the pockets.
I find it.
Still
go ahead.
Like there was some sort of crime by invading the U. I know there weren't war crimes, but if you betray a treaty, doesn't that make it a crime?
Theoretically.
And so then wouldn't they have the incentive to hide those numbers, Imogen, if they knew that it was a crime at the time?
Well,
the Germans, right?
Well, whoever is committing the crime.
Why would they hide any of this? The Germans will be upping their numbers. The Soviets will be lowering the numbers, right? But between the two, we come to a balance of the two. And we through historical documents, because again, the Lend-Lease project and everything else we were talking with Stalin at the time, we found that no, Russia was really, really losing the war. Like they got all the way up to Leningrad and sieged that for 2 years. We know they did that.
That was illegal. This was illegal. They weren't allowed to do this under international law.
Yeah, them invading Poland wasn't legal either, and yet both Russia and Germany invaded Poland.
Yeah, Jay Boss, I thought you were all about law and order and shit, and then you're out here saying that it's okay to break the treaty,
I mean, that might actually be the better portion of this, is if you believe that, was the invasion of Poland legal?
Hang on, but Adrian's bringing up something that I have
Go ahead.
This is always what happens in America. Why the fuck are we talking about World War II? I don't even... What is it?
I can explain that.
Okay.
Once you get to your 30s, you do that or you barbecue. That's what happens, man. I'm 38, go about to 39. This is all I do is watch World War II videos or barbecue.
To be fair, I have been at this since my teens. Ever since I was 13, 14, I have been at it.
War that's more interesting to you guys?
No. But let me answer that. That's a very good question, actually. And the reason is I'm not going to be able to phrase it as well as I wanted to, because I'm not a literary.
Something about the chosen people. Let me guess.
No. It's because I'm not a literary person. That maybe you can help me. But basically, we are on this historical chapter. The page was. I'm trying to be poetic a little bit, but I'm really trying to explain it. It's the page was leafed. You see, I'm terrible with this. It was turned. And the last time the page turned in all the world's history was 1945, and we haven't had another page turn. I can agree with you about the COVID thing, sure, but I'm talking about something that defines the ethos of most countries around the world. The reason why, we have these the liberalism and white people deserve everything that is bad because they're bad people. It's because of this chapter. And everyone who studies any kind of political influence, almost in any country in the world, goes back to 1945. That was the beginning of our era. That's the key word. We are in this era. COVID has not turned the page. Maybe it put a dog ear on the next leaf to bookmark it for the next decades or so. But we're currently in this 1945 era, whether you want it or not. Everything that we do is defined by what happened then. That's why we keep talking about it.
Right, goddamn right. That's why we cucked Europe. That's why America's number one. That's why you have the reserve currency. That's why we won. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I just don't see why we have to keep talking about World War II to understand that, because we won. That's it.
And we look back to history to figure out things, and us older guys, we all love our World War II. I don't disagree with J Boss. I disagree on the timing. I do think it. Maybe not the beginning of COVID. Maybe it was a little later on that turned that page. We can debate on the exact time frame, and I don't think we'll ever come to any good solution on that. I don't even really want to debate that, but I do think we have turned the page into another world right now, and a world of uncertainty, and we're not sure how this is going to go. And we have like the bond market blowing up, we have the debt crisis, we have wages being the lowest they've ever been since 1929 for the United States. We have a lot of like people are just unhappy. And we have mass surveillance come out. We have AI coming out right now. We have the flock cameras that can track you right now. There is a lot of technological growth right now that is unprecedented. I'd say in the last 6 years, we have progressed more as a society in technology than we have in the last 100. And now, on top of that, we have a massive class growth structure. You might say it's a K-class economy that's also affecting things. And I think, yes, we can argue about history all we want. And, it's fun. I think we got a little heated, and that's my bad. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You're totally fine. And I agree with you that we all love World War II, and so there is some of that as well. But I will tell you this, Imogen, I just disagree with you that we have turned the page already. I think we're about to. I think maybe in 10.
Milo Yiannopoulos being arrested.
That's the page turn.
That is no. I don't think Milo Yiannopoulos, a washed-up 2010s like political commentator who got sold out by Laura Loomer Jigsaw, is the debate there. I think we can agree with that. But I like J-Boss, maybe the page has yet to turn. And, that might be the thing. Right. Is like, what is this sword in the sky hanging by a horse thread above us? It's the sword of Damocles. The sword of Damocles is holding above us right now. And we don't know where that shit's going to land. I think words, aspirating tensions. I think we could have a very polite and calm conversation about this, and I think we wouldn't to care. Like if this was during 2013, I think we wouldn't really care much about this, and it'll be a fun conversation. Yeah. But I feel like tensions are so high. I feel them, man. Like I've talked to people like in my gaming discords that I talk with. They're telling me they feel like there's a tension in the air.
Yes, exactly.
They're worried. And a lot of these guys are from Canada, and after last week, they are absolutely pissed. I gotta appease them quite a bit. But there's a fucking tension in the air right now. The sword of Damocles is above us, and it's gonna fall, and it's gonna fall soon.
The tension that you're experiencing, everyone is, and I think it's the fact that the page is about to turn. Everyone sees it. And by the way, I love metaphors just as the next guy, but the sword of Damocles it's actually for King Leo. It doesn't apply to us because he's going to ask himself, wow. But the sword of Damocles is for people who think that they can govern better than other people, if I remember the metaphor correctly. And so the point is, I'm not trying to do that, and you're not trying to do that, Simogen. The sword of Damocles is on King Leo's head because he says that he wants to be the next Stalin, who would be a better Stalin, and so on.
I'll respond to that. You got to change the battery. 1 second.
Yeah. And so it's all to him. But I still want to know from you, Simojin, one topic that we have not that you have not answered. And if you don't want to answer, it's fine. I don't want to put you on the spot. But I am actually genuinely curious. I'm not asking you this to corner you in any way. Can we look up to the Middle Eastern people for their tribalism, for their love of their own people, for their not wanting to? And I know that some of, they come in all sorts. So some of them do marry interracially, but usually they have survived by sticking to their own, and their rabbis say that they should marry their own people. And so can we look up to them for those characteristics, or is that the exception that we say, no, we can look up to them for everything else, but not for their love of their own people, not for their racialism, and not for their self-preference?
I'm not looking up to Israel, man. I'm not going to be
I think it's interesting because don't we complain about Alabamians marrying their own brother and sisters all the time? Don't we complain about the South being retarded and short-minded? Like I think every culture has that. We all have those retarded people that we go like, yeah, wish they were a part of us. They're a little retarded. So it's not that I don't think we can't look up to them. It's more my hope, and that I have a very, I guess, humanistic or humanity view, is that I think we can come to a peace eventually. We can come together as humans and humanity and grow peaceful together, even with all our differences. And I think that's the thing I hope for most of all. Is I want to live in a world that's better tomorrow. I want to live in a world where no child goes hungry. I want to live in a world where everyone gets a fair chance at education and can grow to be the next Einstein, regardless of their family upcoming or their economy status or whatever else. I wish much for us as humans and humanity overall. And I've thought a lot about that a lot. It's like I can't have kids, and I'm not going to continue my gene line. So what can I do in my power to help the kids now, or the young adults now, and what can I do to make them be better and to be better as humans tomorrow, be better as men tomorrow, be better as women tomorrow? And that's what I hope for humanity, that we can get past these differences or arbitrary instructions of thoughts of skin color, race, genetics, or whatever. I hope for a better humanity for us all.
Why do we have to put that burden on ourselves, making that the white man's burden? Why don't we let the Asians carry that torch? Why don't we let the Africans carry that torch, be the first ones to try, get their own countries invaded by all sorts of people from all over the world? Why don't we let China, they can absorb a lot more people. They have 1 billion people there. Why don't we let them absorb all of the asylum seekers? Why don't we let the Congo absorb all the billions of asylum seekers? Why does it have to be white people to carry that torch when not all white people agree on that? Do you ever consider that your family, half of your family doesn't want that, but still you keep on imposing that on people?
That wasn't very Faustian of you, J-Boss. That wasn't very Faustian.
The Faustian approach is to accept the better civilizers. None of these people are better civilizers.
In the unanimous declaration of the 13 United States of America, when in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth and the separate and equal station into which the laws of nature and the natures of God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind require that they should declare the causes of which impel them to separation. The Declaration of Independence says it all, and that is why I serve as a military member. That is why I wear the uniform. That is why I go and do what I do, because we saw what had become the world before us, and we saw what we can make of ourselves into a brighter and better future, separate and equal station to the laws of nature and of nature's God entitled to them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind.
And to put it on J-Boss, and white people wrote that. That was white people who wrote that shit.
Yeah, of a movement called the Enlightenment.
Yeah. And they made a bunch of crazy cool stuff with that.
Right, including a bunch of crazy philosophy that brought us to where we are today.
And yet we can still hold to their shows to be self-evident that all men are created equal.
It's not evident, though.
By the Creator with unalienable rights, that they among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, government that is institutionalized among men, dividing their just powers from the consent of the governed.
Simogen, if it's
need to talk, like I could just read you the Declaration of Independence.
Okay. So if it's all the same, if we're all the same, if they have decided that all peoples are the same, then let's do those experiments in Africa and in Asia. We don't have to do them in Europe and the United States. Let's move the experiments to Africa and Asia. Why not? If we're all the same.
But it's not moving the experiment. This is what I don't get about the right wingers is you even said it, man. If we're in Latin America, I want to bring some of these white people and be like, dude, you guys know how to fix microwaves. Get in here. Let's work together. Let's do something. It seems like they don't want to do that, and it's like
no.
Did you guys?
My point precisely, and it's no, because the whole world.
Because you know what, the Chinese man is helping us out. Why did you been sitting back doing jack shit for the past?
So why did you stop colonialism? Again, I have given you the example. Angola during the 1900s, 1920s, and so on, they had better hospitals, better roads than Portugal, who were colonizing them. So we were doing everything to do these experiments in the proper way, which is to put the more advanced people in the least advanced countries. And then you guys were crying. The left was crying about it. So why were you crying about it? But now, when it's the opposite, when it's the savages going to the civilized countries, then all of a sudden you're okay with it. And all of a sudden it's enlightenment. Explain that to me, please.
Well, first of all, I'm not okay with that from the other perspective, because I don't like brain drain and all that. And I would like people to have their countries do well. But isn't it a testament to the power of the written word of Europe that people were able to, in Angola, in Latin America, in Asia, to go, you know what, this applies to me. This was written very well by Montesquieu and Robespierre and the Americans and all this. The Americans inspired the French to do that. I mean, isn't that a testament to their ability to inspire people to look for freedoms that they didn't even know they had?
I'm not sure who is being inspired there, because the people to whom we bequeathed the railroads, the Belgians bequeathed the railroads, and they couldn't maintain it. And so how is it that they were inspired? Or the hospitals? Where's the hospitals that we left them?
Well, yeah. But at the end of the day, it's not a requirement we have to, but isn't it good for the humanity that we do it? Shouldn't we bring others up to us?
Let's answer that, Simogen. So what happened to the wells that Mr. Beast installed in Africa?
Well, I don't really care what Mr. Beast does, because he's not really
no, because it's not convenient to your point of view, because of course the wells were not maintained, and so all of the money trying to bring them up was completely wasted. None of these wells work anymore. So what do you have to say for that?
But Mr. Beast isn't doing the burden right. Right?
He's not an official. He's a capitalist.
Yeah, he's doing it just fine.
So that's why they didn't maintain the wells.
I don't blame him for trying to do it.
So they didn't maintain the wells because he's a capitalist.
The Chinese man, when he builds something in Africa or Sri Lanka, he sends the Chinese man there and he says, we're going to help you guys out. We're going to teach you. And the French used to do this in Africa. They'd say, we're going to give you independence and we're going to leave some of our guys there and they're going to help you out. And they negotiate. Djibouti did this. Djibouti said,
let me help you guys. Let me help you guys focus here. A well is a hole in the ground. Tell me, one of you two, why is it that Africans cannot maintain a hole in the ground with some water in it? I'm waiting for the focused answer.
Well, climate might change, but regardless, whether or not
blame it on the weather. Blame it on the weather.
I mean, it's true. Right now, we're in a very dry spell, but
that's why.
even if we bring a well in the water, that's not the point. The point is to help others and bring them up to us.
Let the Asians. Why don't you let the Asians a little bit? We have helped them for so long. Why don't you let the Asians help them? And then we can get
the white man says you're not
this
allowed
burden
to do
away.
that, actually. The white man says it's
Isn't
not
that
nice.
the point of spreading democracy? Isn't the point that we're supposed to help others want to come to our ideology?
So, Simojin, is it just because of your Christianity that we have to put this burden on ourselves?
I'm an atheist, sir. I don't believe in Christianity.
I apologize. So why do we have to put this burden on ourselves?
Because Faust.
Is why else? Why else live? Why else do anything we do? Why?
So the only point of living is to help Africans.
No,
why not just go die at that point?
That's part of it.
Place them.
You don't want to go to the sandbox cooler? I thought you guys wanted to go to the moon and shit.
To leave a better world for the generations coming up, like King Leo. That is the point. The point is
the better world is called Europe, and it's currently becoming worse because of the fact that non-Europeans are being imported. That's the better world. It's called the garden of the world. Even the politicians admit it. It's called the garden of the world. It's a beautiful garden, they said. And it's being ruined by these new people.
So Trump says you guys are all garbage and you can't make a deal. And that
he's from here. He's from here. His wife is from here. He doesn't mean it.
She's from a Slavic country. What are you talking about?
Exactly. They're all from Europe.
That's not Europe.
Oh, okay. Well, you want to go there? Yes, sure. The Russians are outside of the European cluster, but they're adjacent.
No, but I would just say, J Boss, I think it's on you guys, man, because I'll tell you from a Latin perspective, the white man found his nuts, and he was like, you know what, we're gonna stop Rittenhouse saying about immigration and all this, and you know what? Everyone's getting sent back, but don't worry, we're gonna be there. We're gonna make it great. We're gonna show you guys some cool shit. We're gonna incorporate some of your stuff to it, and it's gonna be awesome. I think everyone would be very receptive to that message.
Well, tell me, from your point of view, King Leo, why is it that, and if you didn't agree with, like you said, you don't agree with what's happening with Europe now. So then was it not better when we were trying to do colonialism, because at least we were actually making their countries better? Like even Simojin is trying to say that it's good, but I want to hear from King Leo now. We were installing hospitals, we were paving the roads the proper way, we were installing railroads. Was it not better the way that we were doing that then, as opposed to trying to bring these people to Great Britain and Spain and so on to see if they can become doctors and engineers? Wasn't it better the way that it was before?
I would have to meditate on that one, because there were obviously positive aspects to it, but I don't think that it was sustainable and fully considering. And I'm not saying it has to be 100%, but considering beyond just the boule, for lack of a better word, of those countries. You know what I mean? This is the example that I point to is, and I know people are critical of it, but USAID in El Salvador before Bukele. It's you can read documents of before Bukele came in power, and the USAID was trying to quote unquote help El Salvador. But it had just created a new class of elites that got better metrics on GDP and all this. And in theory, it was helping out building hospitals. But no one on the ground was seeing the benefits of that. So there's a lot of number fudging and all that when it's done in that way.
Sure, but that's the other end of the recent part of that colonial history. But in the beginning, in the 1900s, you had the opposite kind of complaint, rather that the people from, for instance, in Europe, the Portuguese, the reason why we overthrew the government is because there were no benefits to colonialism to the people of Portugal in Portugal. And in fact, that's why historians highlight this fact that Angola was becoming better than Portugal. So much attention was being put in terms of expanding Portugal, because of course Portugal is a tiny country, and so they take what they can get. And so Angola for them, it was like a whole continent for us. I
think that.
So you understand that? Yeah, go ahead.
Anyone, including my producer, who's of East African, will admit that decolonization was completely bungled and poorly done, and that's partially on the native population as well.
Thank you. Yeah,
but I do think there's fair blame on both sides, but I think that it was bungled. I mean, it wasn't really bungled in Latin America because Napoleon was in charge of Spain. But in Africa, I think that there was definitely my producer. He was a fan, and now he hates Fanon. He's like, dude, Fanon just inspired us to do really stupid stuff, and we could have done this in a better way. Like Djibouti did it the right way.
Okay. So to cap it, then I suppose that we can agree that if we are going to have to take this burden, which I think, in my opinion, and even though Simogin is not a Christian, but I do think it's influenced this universalist approach and talking about humanity. Those terms are universalist terms, and there's not actually a humanity because we don't share a lot of the underpinnings of our characteristics in common with each other.
I don't even like to call it a burden. If you have something cool, don't you want to elevate other people with it? You know.
So we tried, and then they expelled us from Angola and from Rhodesia and so on. And then they now are trying to expel them from South Africa, and that's why they have to make Orania. And then now they complain about a tiny little city called Orania in South Africa because, again, people are trying to make something cool and show to others by example. Now that they found out that they don't want to be shown by force how to do it properly, now they're being shown by example, and they still complain about it. And they don't even take energy.
I would complain about
yeah,
it.
No. It's the opposite. They're apartheiding themselves.
No. You're talking about the Spanish colony of Orania, right?
No. The new Orania of the Dutch separatists. The Dutch separatists in South Africa. Orania with an O. And it's in the middle of South Africa, completely landlocked. And they have delineated a tiny little space for themselves. And they have solar panels. And so they rely 0% on the South African government. And so that they cannot complain about these people separating themselves, so apartheiding themselves out of everybody else. Nevertheless, a lot of South Africans, and probably they're going to get the government involved, are complaining about it because, of course, they are like a bright star. They shine. Just a handful of people make a much better place than the whole rest of the South Africa. So my point with that is that we tried to make something good by force. They didn't like it. We try to make something good by example. They don't like it. And so, no, there's no good that can come because we can never get our kudos. We can never get our accolades. We can never get our recognition for trying to help these people. And so it's pointless.
You got to admit that apartheid wasn't a nice state of being for a lot of
people. So that one that actually got that name perhaps was not, but you know which one was? The one in the United States. And you can get all the testimonials from Black people themselves who own their own hotels, who own their own restaurants, who own their own retail stores, who were able to hire their own people, grow in their own corporate ladder and become better people and have less divorce rates than white people, have less criminal rates, violence rates than white people. And so they were even becoming better in the civic sense. And so then the liberals couldn't have that. And so then they mixed us into the schools and the buses and so on. And now all of a sudden we have the society that we have now where white people are being killed 30,000 to 1 each year in the hands of
Are you missing the fact that they bombed Black Wall Street and killed off all of them?
Oh my God, with the Black Wall Street. All right.
Oh,
get that point. Get that point, Simogin. Run it with it. Get your trophy. That you got that point. Okay, so let's move on.
I don't again.
One tiny thing, man. We're killed every year by tens of thousands, and you guys have to go all the way to something that happened in Tulsa or whatever the bumblefuck.
You bring up history all the time too, dude. It's not
but this is still happening. But we're still being killed by them every year. There's nothing comparable to World War II. There's nothing comparable, Simogin. There's nothing comparable to World War II today happening to us, which is why we bring that back. But we don't need to bring back some Tulsa Wall Street black thing if we know for sure today that we're being assassinated by the tens of thousands every year by those people. Then to go there is disingenuous. Everyone knows that. It's some childish argument, I'm afraid to say.
A lot of black people are being killed by black people too, man.
So that's not my fault. They can complain to themselves. So now we both agree that they're violent. We both agree that they're violent and they need to be incarcerated.
White people kill black people. And people kill each other all the time. I don't feel the need to separate it into a racial class structure. I think
the numbers are needing.
But No, I don't. They people kill each other. Crime happens. Both black.
Yeah.
Crime
Yeah. Of
You
course.
say
Yeah.
that like you're literally saying it's one side actively doing it against the other.
Because it is.
I'm not saying that Lindsay Clancy maybe like 3 generations ago or something, but she looks pretty white to me. That I think that we're all having a little bit of a mental health breakdown across the races.
So I thought that only the Nordic people were white to you, King Leo. Does she look particularly Nordic? What is her ethnicity?
I was doing that for you because she's Irish. I don't think those people were necessarily.
Okay, she's a Black Irish then.
She's Black Irish, right? Which makes her Spanish.
Yeah.
All I'm saying, look, and even when you say that, they all need to be incarcerated. I think that we all know that in all of our communities, it's like what 1 to 5% of people that do most violent things in every single community. I think it's the same proportion.
And that's a great question for you then, King Leo. I've always wanted to ask you this. So why do you think that when white people were, by themselves in our own countries, that we would have these projects like Australia where we would expel these people, exile them is the word, and but then and we did that to our own people, our own family, right? So the British were exiling other British people for stealing literally a loaf of bread, a slice of cake. But then now you can get these violent Africans all over the place, and they keep getting put back in the streets. They keep getting put back in the streets. Why can we not exile them like we did with our own people? Why do you think that is?
Yeah. Tell me, why did you expel us to the Americas? Why did you send us back to America?
So that's a great strategy. That's a great strategy to avoid my question, but why don't you answer my question first?
No, that is your question. You expelled us because we didn't want to believe your religious structure. So
no. British people expelled. No. British people exiled criminals. I'm not talking about this religious thing. You're trying to push me into this topic. British people exiled criminals. So then answer my topic. So British people exiled criminals to Australia. Why can't we do that to Black people today?
I think we have a definition problem here because Adrian brought it up, and I agree, which is that you're talking about the little crimes, okay? And to quote Spencer, all right, he says, "Of course, we're the greatest criminals in history. We're white." So what do you mean that we're not? We are the ones who. You're talking about the little crimes, okay? But there was a lot of big crimes over there in terms of genocides and wars that happen on the continent. Okay, you get rid of some of those people, but come on, like we're gonna pretend that I don't know the Franco-Prussian War wasn't a bunch of criminals that were trying to fight each other over things, and they said some nice words, and people went and killed each other. There was a lot of crime in Europe. It was just state. I thought you were a libertarian. I thought you were a Indian.
I'm not going to pretend that that's not simply a strategy to avoid addressing my point, which is that the British exiled people for petty crimes, and nowadays California allows you to commit a crime up to $900 in value, or I think that they revised that to $1,000 and some odd. And so you tell me, why is it that white people were able to do that to ourselves and it was fine, but then to exile a Black person now for stealing $900 is completely unthinkable, and we in fact let them do it? Tell me whether that's the bigotry.
Black as the Ace of Spades.
Tell me if that's
what race is Gavin Newsom, J Boss?
You're not a very good deflector. You keep trying to, but it's not going to work.
He's the one that put that in for the state. What color is Gavin Newsom?
And so my question is, why is it that it's unthinkable today to exile these people committing these petty crimes, whereas it was commonplace in Great Britain in the days of yore to exile your own people? In other words, I'm trying to get at the pity here, or maybe the soft bigotry of low expectations, whatever you want to call it. But why is it that when white people are left to their own devices, alone by themselves in their own countries, we have zero tolerance for crime? But then all of a sudden you introduce foreign people, and now we have the pity party for the criminals, and we should let them steal a few $100 at least. But when it's just the British, no, not even a loaf of bread. You go straight to Australia, go live with the giant spiders. Tell me why that double standard exists only among white people. Please explain this to me. Try to focus on what I'm asking.
That is
I will. Can you explain to me why we fought the Opium Wars again? Why
So
do
you
we
keep
go over
trying to
there
deflect
fight the Opium Wars?
Simojin, you gotta answer the question, man. You don't have to.
So, like, why did we go fight for drugs in China?
That's a separate question, is it not? Isn't China a separate question from British people exiling petty criminals to Australia? No, it's completely the same. Yeah, Australia and China are the same place. You're absolutely right, Simojin.
No, but
but you went over and fought multiple wars against the Chinese. In fact, conquered them and demolished their imperialism because you wanted the drugs from them and you allowed the nobles to have them. So why don't we talk about the noblesse?
Because you don't answer my question. That's why we don't talk about it. Because it's one at a time.
I'll answer.
No. Like,
so let me hear King Leo, because you don't want to. You just want to tell us how much you know about military history. I understand that you know it. I think it's awesome. Simojin. We can talk about it for hours. But right now, I'm trying to understand why white people have this double standard, where it's a pity party all the time for foreign people, but never for our own people. That's what I'm trying to understand right now. I don't care about China right now. I'm just trying to understand this double standard that only white people suffer of. Go ahead, King Leo.
Well, I don't know why, but I would just tell you the story because I had two uncles that had to leave during Pinochet, and one of them ended up in Norway in the 80s, and there was a lot of Chileans going over there, and he told me a story that one time he walked into a Norwegian grocery store. And Norway, these are the whites, these are white people, right? And he saw that there were Chilean people stealing from the store. And he was confused by it, right? And then he looked to his right and he saw these two Norwegian guys, and one of them was a customer, and he was going to go say something to a Chilean guy. And the Norwegian store owner came over to him and said, no, hang on. He doesn't know. That's his culture. We'll figure it out eventually. And then they let them steal it. And then the cops came later and they went to the refugee camp where they were. And they said, guys, you got to give it back. Otherwise, the store is going to go out of business. And then they gave it back. And I can't say Chileans integrated to Norway because it's kind of a really insular society. But where does the Chilean guy play into the equation? That seems like something that white people need to talk about, because they weren't the ones that were allowing it were the whites.
So that is actually a great parallel to why is it that Somalis go to the Nordic countries and then to Minnesota, that is essentially an area in the United States that is colonized by these same exact Nordic people. And that story, unfortunately, for your favorite white people, is simply illustrating that the more north you go, can we say northern? I don't know if that is a word, but the more north you go, the more naive the people are. Because of course, if you go back to the Middle Ages, whether I'd like to give this credit or not, but after the Roman Empire, who was it that was spreading civilization? It was the Christians. And Christianity arrived in the Nordic countries much, much later. And then, in fact, the last countries to get it were the Baltic countries. I know that they're a bit more south than the Scandinavia, but nevertheless, they were the last. And so the last ones to be civilized are the ones to whom civilization is the most recent. And they haven't understood to this day, and the Swedish are the perfect example, that these people that everybody else is trying to take advantage of them. And they have this mentality, this Jensen's law, if you want to look it up, the way that the Nordics think, that they think that in one of the Jensen's law, I suppose, is that you need to be trusting, and you need to be forgiving, and that's why they are so easy to be taken advantage of. That's why the Somalis choose the places where these Nordic people are to go and migrate to, because they're the most scammable people. I am sorry to say this about my Nordic cousins. They're not my brothers because I'm not Nordic, but nevertheless, they are the most. And if you want
the Swedish in particular are pretty crazy though. Like
the Swedish, yeah.
The other
and if you
think they're crazy, they're like, these people are crazy.
And if you want a corollary to that, it's that Sicilians and Sardinians, which Sardinians are like ultra Basque people, so ultra Western, and the Sicilians are the ultra Southern Europeans. And so the Sicilians are emblematic of the most Southern European. The Sardinians are emblematic of the most Western European, even though it's not as West, but they are genetically. Those people don't take that shit. And so they're not actually being scammed by any Somalian. No Sicilian is being scammed by a Somalian. No Sardinian is being scammed by a Somalian. And no Slavic, which are the emblematic Eastern European by genetics, no Slavic is being scammed by a Somali either. The only Europeans who are these Nordic people. And it's not their fault. It's not a genetic thing in this case. It's because...
No. I think you've seen True Romance, right?
No.
Oh, okay. So you gotta... I love reading history. I find that shit fascinating. This is Robert Duvall, okay? You know why those Southern Italians, I don't want to be quoting Garibaldi on here. You know why they're more with it? It's not because of they're more with it because they're a mixed breed. They're not white. They know the scam. That's why they made the mafia, because they have a little bit of us in them. That's why they're like that.
So that's called the Black Legend that the British started. You can look it up. And basically, the British started these tales that
so they made up Hannibal coming over the what was it, the Pyrenees? With
the Pyrenees, and then first the Pyrenees and then the Alps. Yeah, that's what Hannibal did. No. Hannibal did do that with the elephants. Yeah, both the Pyrenees and the Alps. And then he recruited Celts all throughout. He recruited Celts from Iberia, from Gaul, and from northern Italy.
The Black Legend is about, in my understanding, how bad Spain was to Latin America, which is not true. But you're not going to tell me that these Italians that show up everywhere in the world, not to go too Thomas Sowell here, they set up immediately, Big Mama and Big Papa set up the mafia and start ripping people off. You're not going to tell me that these people they're not with it. They understand how the world works. they understand it.
So to go back to the civilization thing, let's grant to you that they're mixed with who is it exactly? Middle Eastern people?
Middle Eastern, Black, they got everything.
For sure. The Southern Italians and especially the Sicilians, who plot a little bit outside of the European cluster, but they're still adjacent. They are indeed mixed with Middle Easterns. And but let's remember a little bit, before Rome, where was civilization?
Before Rome, it was Greece.
No, sure. And so we keep moving east, right? And so before Greece, where was it?
Before Alexander. I'm not sure.
Well, it was in the...
Macedonia?
What's that?
Macedonia.
Macedonia, sure. It was the Balkans as well.
Iran, the Iran area.
Exactly. It was in Iran. It was in Anatolia, which is modern day Turkey. It was they called Iran Persia at the time, but we already mentioned that, and also Mesopotamia, which is right in between. And so basically, my point is that the Middle Eastern influence, when King Leo, you say jokingly that they're with it. Actually, they are with it. And so that goes to my point that the civilization in Europe came from Iran, came from Turkey in terms of regions, okay? Persia, Anatolia, and Mesopotamia. And those were the people who got civilized first. And then the Balkans, and then the Greeks, and then the Southern Italians. And at that point, they saw, Celts in Iberia and France as barbarians. They saw the Germanic people in Germany and Scandinavia and the British Isles as barbarians. And so those other peoples, myself included, we had to be de-barbarized and we had to be civilized by those people who brought civilization from the Middle East and then hopped onto Southern Europe. And then the Roman Empire brought it all the way to the German limes, as they called them, the barriers that the Romans built, and to the Hadrian Wall, where the Romans built that barrier in Scotland. And then after the Roman Empire fell in 400 and some odd AD, then of course Christianity took over and they continued the expansion north of the Hadrian Wall and the German limes into Germanic territories properly, into the Nordic countries, into the Baltic countries. And so those were the last people to be civilized, which is why they're the most naive today, and which is why you're correct when you say, and to my point, that the Southern Europeans are with it. They're not going to be fooled by some Somalis. And so that's the issue with the Nordic people.
What do you want? Do you want Grok to be the president? What do you actually want? You want Mecha Hitler? Like, what do you want?
I can't say what I want on YouTube.
But would you want Grok as the president?
Is Grok the most right-wing AI? Yeah. I'm not with it. Yeah. Is it really?
Yeah, it literally said, I am Mecha Hitler. Yeah.
God dang it. I was not aware. I haven't used Grok, to be perfectly honest, although I'm always honest. And so I've only used ChatGPT is my favorite. I know people criticize it, but I like it a lot. And then I only used Gemini a few times to draw some comics that I showed you guys on the Discord. But other than that,
do you want a Grok is really government? Like, that's what you want. You want the painter to come
I want a painter AI. How about that? Whoever is going to be the painter AI, because I don't know for a fact, maybe it's my experience, but that I don't have. I don't know for a fact that Grok is that much on the right. I just don't know. You guys are telling me maybe it is.
Grok is so, right, it is impotent, annoying, it talks to you in a bad way. It's so right-wing, man. Like, you talk to Grok, it's like talking to Glenn Beck. It's horrible. It's the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, right. By that definition, it's right wing. Okay. So that's why I doubt it.
All right, you young chicken. I only got one last thing to say.
Please.
Based on your examples, my main thing is that you're blaming the entire society of Somalis or blacks or whatever, and you group them into a large bunch and said they are all equally of these individuals make a mistake. But then when you talk about the Northerners in Sweden that made the mistake, that they didn't, they actually knew what was going on, that they are not guilty. And my main point is, I don't think we should ever judge a group of people individually by what actions individuals make of themselves. Yes, they can do that. Yes, maybe statistically they might have larger portions of it, but I also think it's also interesting to get into details, because we always say that blacks only make up 12%, 15% of the American population, but make 50% of the crimes. But if you actually break it down, almost 75% of those crimes are misdemeanors, or they are holding weed, or small crimes that are felonies in some states but are not, or perfectly legal in others. And so I think there's also a major problem the United States has with a massive private industrial
prison complex. Yeah.
Because they can get free labor for them for subpar wages. I think that is an aspect you have to consider with that. Now, am I saying that blacks don't commit crimes? No. Am I saying that whites don't commit crimes? No. What I'm saying is there may be bigger reasons why certain things happen. And I think that we can probably do better as a society to actually take a deep look into this. But I don't think anyone wants to. And I think
exactly.
That's my main, because they all know the gig. They all know what they benefit from.
But Simone, I want to understand, what is the Nordic, because you said the Somalis, we can't, they do bad things and then we blame all of them. But then when the Nordics do bad things, we don't blame all of them. What is the bad thing the Nordic did? Because I didn't understand that point that you made.
Because he knew they committed a crime, but didn't call them out.
No, I still don't understand.
Bad, you should call them out. The owner knew he committed the crime and told his fellow person, no, don't talk to them. I'm going to call the police, and not actually try to correct the problem. So again, like you said, I have a military thinking. If I see a airman mess up, I will go and correct them. And you shouldn't do that. But rather than being a dipshit and being like, now I'm going to call security forces on you and send you to jail because you did something I know is wrong.
So let me try to understand. So the Nordics
to them, and said, hey, you're doing this wrong, and then they commit the crime, yes, you're 100%. I agree.
So for me to understand, so the Nordics are not chaperoning the incoming Somalis correctly. Is that what you're saying?
No, they're knowing they're committing crimes and doing nothing about it. And rather than trying to correct the problem on a small scale, they're trying to allow the police to correct it on a industrial or government level.
Okay,
but that's
so
not how we're dealt with to deal with that in the Middle East states. Now, again, I'm not saying that's a bad way to take care of it. That could be what they want to do. That's fine.
Yeah.
But
no, that's fair. That's a fair criticism. I just want to address before you go. Yeah.
Yeah, and then, but at the same time, when Somalis were confronted by the police, they gave it back. But I think that also delves into why did the Somalis feel the need to steal? Because like we can complain about the Middle Eastern states cutting off hands for stealing. That's a very common complaint.
Exactly, and that's how I was about to go into that. You just read my mind
So my thing is like, if that's how we're supposed to do with stealing, and they know it's stealing, then it comes down to why did they feel the need to steal? And again, if they're stealing to feed their family, that is a problem that I think that should be addressed. I don't think we should allow people to starve. I think we have enough resources that we can, allow aid workers in. We could do, food pantries in to allow them not to starve. But if they feel the need to steal basic food, that is a fundamental problem. Not to say that we need to take care of everybody, but to saying in general, we produce enough food, we can take care of the entire world's population of hunger if we did it properly. So if in the country you have enough food, and trust me, I worked as a grocery store guy. I stock the shelves in a grocery store. We throw out, tens of tons of food a week because it gets spoiled. Why, if it's about to be spoiled, we can't just give it to the local aid camp down the road? They're eating barely good food as it is. Is that so heartless to do? Or should we wait one more day because it doesn't sell with a 30% sticker off?
We should not throw it out. I completely agree with you. And I just want to address, though, you asked, I think in an earnest way, why is it that we generalize towards all the Somalis when they're committing crimes and so on? I think there's a pointed answer to that, which is what I just said about the British, is that and your Middle Eastern example about cutting hands just goes to my point, is that the reason why Middle Easterners can have crime and still not have this reputation of being criminals outside of their own countries is because they cut their criminals' hands. And then the British, even though we can say, oh, they're the biggest criminals in the world because they stole this and that,
continents.
Yeah, so the British, they exile their criminals, like I was saying, but we don't see a communal or a group effort by the Somalis, or even, for instance, the Indians. What are they doing to their scammers? I only see one or two videos of the police arresting these Indian scammers, but otherwise they still have enormous call centers scamming the whole world. So the point is, some people just refuse to police themselves. They could easily exile their own criminals. They could easily cut their hands of their own criminals, as we see with Britain, as we see with the Middle East, respectively, but they don't do it. And so to answer your question, why is it that we shouldn't generalize this to an entire people? I say that we should, because the entire people are the only ones who can solve that problem, because it's close to them. They can start cutting hands right now. They can start exiling their own criminals right now. And they have a precedent for that in Britain and in the Middle East. Why don't they do it? Because they like criminals. Some people just have criminals in their families by the lots. And so they cannot fathom actually shunning criminals, because to them it's like shunning their own brother, their own sister, their own mother, their own father. So they don't do it. That's the problem. It's just people just accept crime, and then they want other people to accept crime just as well, because it's their mores. It's their way of accepting and understanding the world, is that they live among criminals. But guess what? Other people don't like this. For instance, British people, they don't like to live among criminals. So you can give all these excuses about grocery stores and people in famine and having hunger and so on. But the point is, some people as a body collective don't like to live among criminals, and others do. That's why some exile and cut hands, and that's why others live in the same family of criminals, accept them, and then when they come back from prison, they're still fine with those people. They cannot fathom shunning them. In the West, we shun our own fathers and mothers for mistreating us, but we're not allowed to shun criminals.
That's the thing where I don't get about the West. The Americans will turn in their brother, and so that's crazy. How are you going to do that? Turn in your own brother for something? You can't.
Well,
it's called principles.
Yeah, that's crazy. So my question is now, let me turn on your head. Do you think it's legal for Donald Trump to rename Lake Ontario to Lake America?
So the answer to that is the following. Just like the Native Americans named that body of water, okay, they should have their own history books. That's what I wish for them. Just like you guys are saying that we're all the same, right? If we're all the same, then they should have their own libraries full of their own history books that they wrote. And then in their history book, they can call that body of water whatever they want. But here's what they shouldn't do. They shouldn't go to their conquerors, who are us, and tell us what we should put in our books, in our libraries. Those are our books. We get to name whatever in the world, whatever we want, because we invented this entire concept of keeping track of history in the first place. So no conquered people are going to tell us what to call their puddle.
That's so black and white, though.
We all but even that, but even that. Let's say, but what about the United States saying that we want to make Canada the 51st state? You fine with that?
Not only am I fine with that, I suppose that 20% of the Albertans, I believe in that. And also I was keeping track of some YouTube videos with updates regarding their moving forward with separating from Canada. And apparently Canada does have provisioned in their own laws already without anything changing. So as is, they already have provisioned that the provinces can choose to separate peacefully. All it takes is some kind of a referendum in some sort of a Canadian way. So if they want to vote for that, I am all for welcoming them. But I don't think we should welcome, for instance, Toronto, which is full of non-Canadians to begin with. I've lived there. It's just a bunch of Indians and Chinese.
It takes 70% to make that referendum.
So then if they voted, I welcome them.
Yeah, they only have 20%. So why are we claiming that Canada is the 51st state, though? Isn't that rude to Canada and their own constitution, their own individuality, their own property as a British colony and still allied with the British?
Well, actually, that makes me want to conquer them more because we should not be ceding the British territory north of us. But let's consider the facts just for a little bit. Do you understand also, just like I was making the point about Australia, how it's populated on the other show, do you understand that Canada is mainly populated across the United States border, and everywhere else north of that, it's basically no man's territory? Do you understand? I'm sure that you know that. And so the point is, they're already de facto the 51st state of the United States. And so if we were to conquer them, we would simply be making that, law. But as it stands, they are effectively already the 51st state because they live among our borders exclusively almost.
That's so true. We should have Mexico and come part of the U.S. too.
Mexico is not populated like that, very well. It's not populated like that.
There's a lot of people on the border. Maybe we could have the whole of Mexico come in.
No. But it's 90% of Canada.
All I say is we already tried that and we failed. So good luck with that a second time. I can't wait for the millions of deaths that would take to accomplish.
It would not fail.
Before you go, Samoja, because I think you'd appreciate this. I think, J Boss, you're being so severe and black and white with this Lake Ontario thing. I mean, and not to be Rodney King, but we can all get along, man. Like, the Indians love when we name the military stuff after them. And the whites love to do that too. We have mutual admiration for that kind of stuff. The Chinook, the Apache. We love that kind. We can all get along in some sort of way. We can all appreciate each other.
Let me make a comment about that because it's not something that I am bursting with a new opinion. I have thought about that long and hard. And I actually resent that we still call so many places in the United States by their original conquered, vanquished names, because they make no sense. I mean, what the heck is a Minnesota? What the heck is a Manhattan? These things are nothing to us. They don't mean anything. Yeah, so they should all, so we should call it martini then, because that's a European named drink instead of Manhattan. You know what I mean? We should have things named after our culture. We should not have things named after the vanquished people. It doesn't really make any sense if you think about it.
But you're a minority, man. The whites like having the Chinook, the Apache. The Indians like it. In Florida here, the whites love having the Seminoles as a team. The Indians love it too. We all love it. We're all coming together here.
So let me test this right now with you without looking up. Go ahead and spell Mississippi for me.
MISSISSIPPI.
Nice. All right. You get to keep Mississippi then.
Come on, that's so cool. You don't like that? Like we all do that together. Because this thing's named after an Italian,
No, I don't like any of these names. They mean nothing to us. It's
Simone,
completely
you
opaque.
Like these names. Simone, you like this, right? Either write a Chinook or write any of an Apache or something.
Oh yeah, I love it. I love the fact that we're multicultural. I love the fact that we get in see other cultures, a group with other cultures. Living up in the Northwest, like I live right next to multiple Native American tribes, and got to see all that and evolve all of that. I'm just saying, man, like, good luck. I just hope that if we invade Canada, that you enlist and be on the front lines. Is all I'm saying.
Gladly.
I would wish that J-Boss
I wonder why the Geneva Convention had to involve the Canada, and then you would understand why that's a bad idea.
I think it would be better.
Sure, man, just do it. Go up there. That's fine.
J-Boss, you instead of enlisting for the front lines, you should go smoke some peyote with a Navajo, find your inner child, and do it. Because look, and then we have to break here, but I think we can all agree that everyone has something to offer the world. Quoting Kanye West, everyone has something to offer the world, especially Milo Yiannopoulos. Especially Milo Yiannopoulos. Okay.
Especially not, but sure.
All right, let's get out of here.
Simojin, thank you very much, Simojin, for participating. King Leo, thank you very much for the platform, and thank you for the great show.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you, sir. It's been a delight to be on. Talk to you guys all later.
All right,
Talk to you later.
All right, everyone. Let's get the hell out of here. Milo, my Hispanic brother. I guess he's Hispanic now, right? He'll do a salsa dance when he lands in London. Heathrow. I can't imagine being deported to England. I'd rather be deported to the Congo than England, to be honest. The Congo sounds better than England right now. Imagine being deported to England. You have to go over there and get a license for that, bruv. You need a license for that. It's gonna be hell. Honestly, a fate worse than death. Maybe he will be deported to the Congo, and that would work out better for Milo than being in the UK. Poor guy, man, going back to there, So that's just how it works. I appreciate everyone tuning in. We went a little long today. We're going to have more videos next week. I think I'm going to start a series where we just analyze normies and different aspects of it. Like, I want to make a video called Why Do Normies Like Stupid Things? Stuff like that. To do like a little series, because people really respond to analyzing normies. They like when you analyze the normies. So I'm going to do more of those. I appreciate you guys tuning in. Let me play the Patreon one last time here.
Hello, I like money.
Give me the money.
Show me the money!
Give me the money, okay?
This country, you gotta make the money first.
Get the fucking
money!
Join the Patreon and all that. And before we go, let me check here who's on Bill Maher tonight. Byron Donalds is on Bill Maher tonight. Who's this? Molly Jong Fast. Let me see this. Molly Jong Fast. Let's see who is this? Molly Jong Fast. Who's this? A journalist? What is she known for? Political commentator? Oh, it's this lady. The lady with the colorful hair. Yeah, I know who this is. I know her name was Molly Jong Fast. She Chinese? Erica Jong? Man. I guess she has some Chinese in her. Who's this one over here? Michael S. Rock. I have to go see my future governor on Bill Maher. That's going to be real hell to watch. Michael S. Rock is an American academic and university administrator. President. Okay. 8th president of California. All right. I'll watch this. I'll still watch this garbage. Great discussion. World War II and all that. Adrian, you got to hop on one of these days. I like Adrian. He has some interesting opinions. We got to get this over here. This was very interesting. It was not a debate. See, Robbie came in here. What's up, Robbie? I appreciate you guys tuning in. I hope we learned something, But, as rich people say, as Tim Dillon says, Milo Yiannopoulos, I wish you well. I wish you well, Milo. I wish you well. I don't wish anything bad on you, Milo. I wish you well. Even though you insulted people that died in my community, I wish you well. I wish you well. See you guys next week. Appreciate you tuning in. And have a wonderful weekend. Get out there. Go to the club. Go out there and dance.
Хочу сказать, что же я хочу сказать?
Change the world. My final message. Goodbye. Change the world.